racing, and they broke it a line. Midnight Royal hopes the sun sets on everybody else in the field at 2.5 to 1. But hey, Captain Jack wants the lead and grabs the lead around the turn, and the pace is pretty moderate. But now back to selling, joins Hey, Captain Jack. They're nearly on level terms, and they put 4 on the 4, got ghosted. After that, Midnight Royal outbroke the field, now 7 out of it, overtaken by Caught Off Guard, and to the inside of Our Vu's Taboo. Then we come back to Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. That 9 to 1 shot's on the move a bit, 9 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go Thursday, Canterbury Park. Hey, Captain Jack runs away by 2. Back to selling is in second, 5 clear from Caught Off Guard. That one's to the outside of Got Ghosted. Our Vu's Taboo still just kind of running in place. Likewise for Midnight Royal, and that one's about ready to be passed by Rambling Gambling Man. Hey, Captain Jack 5. Hey, Captain Jack cruising along. Rolling into second is Got Ghosted. Right outside of that one, Caught Off Guard. Back to selling is heading to the back of the pack. Midnight Royals running on 10 out of it, and they're chasing Jack. They're chasing the captain. Hey, Captain Jack slowing down, but doing so with a 5-length lead and about 200 yards to run. Got Ghosted is next. Then it's Midnight Royal and Caught Off Guard to the outside. Football field to go. Hey, Captain Jack is home and cooled out. Of the first 5, and they're racing another perfect start. Oh, Babe wins the start from St. Serena, but now St. Serena cedes the lead. Actually, Oh, Babe does to St. Serena, who runs away by 1. After that, we have Vow. Then it's the long shot Sea Level in the clear, 5 lengths out of it. The gray next to the rail is 12 stars. Next to that one, Clubhouse Saint, Chasing Shadows, would have to win 4 in a row from 8 lengths in a rear. St. Serena heads into the far turn, still leading it by 1. Oh, Babe and Vow just off the heels, now the flank of the speedy St. Serena. 12 stars at 8 to 5 is sequestered, still in the thick of it, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Clubhouse Saint. After that, we have Sea Level, Chasing Shadows running on to the inside and running on fast. 3 astern off the turn. St. Serena's tired. Between them is Oh, Babe. Outside of that is Val, then it's Chasing Shadows, and 12 stars widest of all. Between them, Oh, Babe, St. Serena fighting back diligently. Oh, Babe, St. Serena! Oh, Babe! Barely. And they're racing. The favored Cali Bally started second last, and a Stern Maid started way out of it. Meanwhile, the others roll on, and Girls a Legacy trying to lay down the law into the far turn. Girls a Legacy with good speed from Bango's Heat. After that, we have Goddess of War. Then it's Cali Bally to the outside of that 6, about 3 lengths out of it, edging forward. Behind that one, we have Goddess of War, about 5 lengths from the front, 2.5 lengths clear from short stretch. Still nothing from Astern Made, far, far out of it. And Girls a Legacy continues to show the way. Girls a Legacy at 50-1 is in front into the final furlong. Outside of that, Cali Bally. Far outside, here comes Short Stretch with long strides. Short Stretch blows by Cali Bally. Bango's heat to the inside, but not uh-oh Bango. Tonight belongs to Short Stretch at 10-1. And they're racing. Wonderful start. Direct Action came out of the gate nicely, and so did Vroisky. And Vroisky is in search of the lead at 2-1 to the inside. Between runners, we have Forsaken, and outside of that is Birdie Machine at 9-1. And those three line up and speed into the far turn. They're all racing well off the inside. Then it's Direct Action to the inside of Pervasive, and Pervasive is 6 lengths from it. About a length and a half clear from Re-Up. Behind that, we have Schmooze. Then the one in last is Ferrari Road. 10 from front to back off the far turn, approaching the top of the stretch. Vroisky trying to pull away. Vroisky from Forsaken sticking to that 3. Birdie Machine is languishing a tad. Here comes Pervasive with a very nice move at 30-1 on the inside. And that's Pervasive with 3/16 of a mile to go, making it nearly a line of 4. Between them is Schmooze from the back of the pack, and it might be wide open into the final 150. It is Pervasive pulling clear. Pervasive from Forsaken. It's Pervasive prevailing at 30-1. And they're racing. Perfect start. Wide open for the early lead. Nobody's keen to get on with it yet. So Papa Rizzo, the veteran Papa Rizzo with that good early speed, pokes the head in front, and we have a 3-pronged pace battle. 1, 2, and 9. Corner nearly in unison. And on the inside, it is Boss 9 pressuring Papa Rizzo, but Papa Rizzo runs away by 2. After that, we have Mountain Pine about 3-4 lengths from it. Behind that one is Toma Todo, about 7 lengths from the front. Pace fast as they head up the barnside. Field well strung out. A California Swing is next. The 10-year-old rather spry, mid-pack, about 7 out of it. 1.5 clear from Thick Haze. Behind that, we have Super Wise racing in the clear to the outside of Devil Vision. Devil Vision looking for a heavenly finish from 12 lengths out of it, and beginning to swoop up to the outside is Coastal Waters. And now they pack up a little bit behind Papa Rizzo, and Papa Rizzo continues to stride along. Meanwhile, Coastal Waters has gone from third last right up to the lead. Coastal Waters with a big move to the outside of Papa Rizzo, and they are coming home now, and it's Coastal Waters. Papa Rizzo fights back. Behind them is Thick Haze to the outside, and right behind them is Mountain Pine. Late charge from Super Wise. They're into the final 150. Papa Rizzo just won't go away. Thick Haze is going to provide a haze in the winner's circle. Thick Haze at 9-1. In the gate. And they're racing. Savona fast out of the gate to the inside. Savona, hot as a pistol, fires up to join the lead. Always smiling, trying to put a frown on the rest of them. As hot as a pistol, sucked out of that leading brigade, and now is 5 lengths from the lead. Wings from above is up there, about a length out of it, and to the outside of Always Smiling. Then it's hot as a pistol, now overtaken by Scream Machine. After that, Shy Shy, and the one in last is When Judy Calls. 13 from front to back around about the quarter pole. Savona to the inside of Fire and Spice. Outside of that, making a good move is Always Smiling. 3 in a line with a furlong to travel. Then it's Scream Machine to the inside, and a recovering hot as a pistol into the final football field. Always Smiling, runs away from them and wins it with a whinny. Here they come. And did he go? From the center, Miss Carmen Sebo is the fastest Minnesotan out of the gate, now joined by Northern Angel. Go, Leanne, go, tucks in behind them. Then we come to With Her Boots On, and that one's 9-1, securing the inside and saving ground. Unlike Sassy Mama, about 4 wide around the turn, and the pace is beginning to pick up. After that, on speed dial, 6 lengths out of it, and 5 away from Blue Cross. Blues Cross is second last, and Strabella can see them all. Up the barn side they go in the final turf race tonight, and Miss Carmen Sebo continues to tug them along. Northern Angel right alongside. Behind that, With Her Boots On, under a very, very tight hold by Barajas. About 3 lengths from the lead. Go, Leanne, go. The favorite filly is in the clear, fourth, 5 out of it, and to the outside of On Speed Dial. Then it's Strabella. Strabella's to the inside of the bookender, Sassy Mama, and they've been passed by Blues Cross, who goes on the move. 8 covers them off the far turn. Miss Carmen Sebo, Northern Angel, they travel in perfect harmony, and at 6-5, Go, Leanne goes, trying to make it a line of 3. With Her Boots On, looking to kick up an upset behind them. Likewise for On Speed Dial, and here comes Go, Leanne go to the outside. Go, Leanne go, Northern Angel inside. With Her Boots On is firing. Likewise for Miss Carmen Sebo. Go, Leanne go, just kind of hanging around. Northern Angel, Miss Carmen Sebo. Oh, so tough between 5 and 6. Hold 'em. Set. And away they go. Rough beginnings for 4 and 5. Great beginning for Saturday Night Gamble and Lupito. Between runners is Red Hot Mama. Outside of that, One New Year Boy Fly. Far outside, KQ's Dreaming. AC Doocy to the line. Pay the one at 7-1. Just another upset. coming home now. Very slow beginning for the 4 Recchio. She's got rhythm, rhythmically sound out of the gate. Dashing Muy Maca, dashing for the money. Between them is El Conejo. El Conejo, she's got rhythm. El Conejo, W Conejo. Racing. Awful beginning for the 6, Light Willie Girl Up. Great beginning for the White Horse, PJ Dynasty to the inside. And between them, People Are Political. Also in there is Mondada. People Are Political. Indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Hank Hewitt leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, under partly cloudy skies. The main track now listed at fast and the turf course listed at yielding. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. There's a carryover of $29,458 into the first 5, pick 5 with a 10% takeout. Nearly $30,000 in a carryover. Starts in race 1 with no changes in the first. It's free and clear in the first. In race 2, number 3, now ridden by Chad Lindsay. Race 2, number 3, ridden by Chad Lindsay. Race 3 has no changes. Race 3 is free and clear. Race 4, take out the 5-horse, My Last Red Cent. Race 4, scratch 5. Race 5 starts the pick 4 with races 5, 6, 7, and 8. There's a carryover of $12,541 into that late pick 4, which starts in race 5 with the scratch of the 5, I'm So Funny. Pick 4 starter, race 5, take out 5. Race 6 and 7, no changes. Races 6 and 7, free and clear of any discrepancies. On to the lucky last, race number 8. Scratch the 5. Big Party, no whiskey. Fast and Yielding, a pick 5 carryover, a pick 4 carryover, and a lot to talk about. For more on that, into the studio we go. Angela Herman and Mr. Jeff Madej.
Well, thanks, Kevin, and welcome, everyone, to Canterbury Park. I am Jeff Madej, joined by Angela Herman. We're here to talk about some things that are coming up and some things that are going on tonight. Beautiful here in Shakopee. We've got 8 races. The place is filling up. They're coming in tonight. They know that there's big carryovers and there's big fun. You know, I saw downstairs a friend of yours, Johnny Love, is in town, former Star Tribune handicapper, came in from Arizona just to play this pick 5.
He's everybody's buddy. We love Johnny Love. Yes, former Star Trib handicapper, professional wrestler, all-around good guy, Johnny Love. If you do see him downstairs, make sure you say hello. I'm sure that it's a brief visit, but we always enjoy that with him. Hi, Johnny, wherever you are. Hope to run into you tonight. Hopefully he can give you some winners because myself and Kevin Gorg, we're on the hunt, but we're going to try to do that for carryovers tonight, like you mentioned, in race 1 and also race 5. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Something else that seems to me to be nearly impossible. Can you imagine being married for 65 years? 65 years. We've got a couple here, Roland and Mary Lou Charbonneau. They're celebrating their 65th wedding. That's just crazy to me, and congratulations. Congrats. I don't know how you did it.
That's amazing. I've been married for 65 seconds, so I cannot imagine that. But congratulations to them for keeping it going strong, 65 years. And thanks for celebrating with us.
Right here at the track. I mean, this is a great place to spend an afternoon or an evening. And I think people need to realize that. This is a real business. When you're here, if you're here for the first time, look out on the backstretch. Look over the track. You'll see barns back there. Real people working back there, real jobs. This is an industry that creates a lot of revenue for the state of Minnesota. Some politicians might want to take a look at that possibly. It's okay. No, it's all right. They don't have to like us, right? But they also do not have to directly work against us to see us fail. And if you're our competitor, that's good for you. But I think there's enough money in this state, in this land of plenty, that we all can rise together. And, there's working together like we used to do, which made this a pretty strong industry. And I think it can be that again.
It's amazing what healthy competition does for other places, gambling establishments and otherwise, but trying to take that out of the equation does nobody any sort of service. Now, back
coffee.
to Sunday.
Love coffee.
Yeah, tomorrow. We got to start with the coffee. We're going to add the sweets tomorrow. Coffee, chocolate, and cupcakes festival. Tell me more.
Well, that's exactly what it is. It's kind of self-explanatory. But here at the track, there'll be a dozen different vendors with those specialties, coffee, chocolate, and cupcakes all around the racetrack. You come on out, sample some of those things. They'll be selling their wares as well. We've got a great race card tomorrow, and it all starts at 1 o'clock. So come on out early and fill up on those goodies. And then the 4th of July is upon us, but we're known for the 3rd of July, Angela, with the Quick Trip Fireworks Spectacular. 20,000 people pack into the park. Fireworks are shot off from right behind the tote board, so they're directly over your head. Super cool, choreographed with music. It's a fantastic night.
It is really, really fun. If you have not seen it for yourself, you might have even seen it from a distance, because sometimes, you see people in parking lots setting up chairs. They want to see it. They want to be a part of the spectacular, and it goes on after our races with a nice intermission, get the horses put away, get them secured, and we have some music going. We have great racing. I mean, I've looked at the card with Kevin. Wednesday's card is really, really good. And, I mean, if you're handicapping it tonight, you get a taste for the carryovers, you like it, take a look at Wednesday's card, because leading up to this fireworks extravaganza, we have a really nice set of races. And remember, we'll start at 4 to get everything packed in. And usually we'd start at 5, but we will start at 4 o'clock on July 3rd, and the fireworks will be approximately an hour after races are finished.
Parimutuel fireworks first, then pyrotechnic fireworks follow. Boogie Wonderland plays all night long from 5 until 10.
Musical fireworks.
Hits of the 70s, 80s, 90s, maybe 2000s. I don't know.
They'll get you in the mood to party, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Then we come right back the next day with wiener dog racing, blow-up pig racing,
We got inflated.
hot dog eating contest. It's the 4th of July at Canterbury Park, and that's a 1 o'clock first post.
Yes, a 48-hour holiday, you would say. If you can't get enough of us on the 3rd and you're going to have a good time, just stick around. Come back the next day because we do start early in the afternoon, and we've got all of your 4th of July festivities to start off your day before wherever it takes you for the fireworks on the 4th of July night. It's a good way to start off the day, and like you mentioned, dogs of all kinds. And we've got more dog racing coming later in the season, but the wiener dogs are going to take center stage on Wednesday.
Yeah, they're the OG dogs here. The wiener dogs. So those are fantastic.
They are.
A heads up, an alert here coming up on July 19th and 20th, a rodeo at Canterbury Park. So the race season takes a little bit of a break, about a 7-day break. And during that time, we've got our rodeo. It's the first time we've had a rodeo in more than 3 decades at Canterbury. I think it's going to be a hit. I really do. There's a lot of buzz out there.
Yep.
It's the first outdoor rodeo in the metro area. Really, it's the closest one to the Twin Cities. I think the tickets are selling strong now, and they will continue to. These are professional rodeo performers. I don't know, athletes, I guess you call them, bull riding, bareback, bronco riding.
Cowboys and cowgirls.
Yeah, barrel racing, everything. Anything you would want in a rodeo. Clowns? They're all going to be here.
There's clowns There's some clowns already in the press box. We're good. But there is a unique event going on that week. No horse racing. We do take that break, and the rodeo tickets and information for when everything is taking place available on our website at canterburypark.com.
Absolutely. Now, let's get on to tonight, and let's take a look at the Loeffler leaderboard. Start with the jockeys.
Right. And Luis Fuentes keeps his lead. I think I have him winning 3 of the first 4 races tonight. He's got some live mounts to extend that lead. It's been the case since the beginning of the summer, and it's not like he's bursting away. It's just he's slowly moving away from the rest of the group. Now, Gallardo is a safe distance in front of Alonso Quinones, but Serafin Carmona is another rider that I have on a couple of wins tonight. It's close between him and Quinones, and this race has been a little bit more strung out, I guess, than the trainer's race. That's still very close. And when we switch over to the trainers leaderboard, the Loeffler leaderboard, you can see that Tony is 3 ahead of Cody Rosine, but I got him on a few winners, too. Mac Robertson and Joel Burnt, the guys that tied a couple of years ago for the leading trainer, are close again. And I think that they have, big stables, more Minnesota-bred races come around. You're going to hear a lot from all of these top 4 barns.
Absolutely. This is quite a race right now, and some good prices, too. I mean, Tony's horses are paying fairly well. Matt Williams, you see him on the board. He's got 5 wins from only 18 starts. He's been on the ticket, I think, almost 90% of the time, if not more. Some of his have paid prices. I like a couple of his, or one of his horses tonight for sure in that early pick 5 sequence. So all those trainers you want to look at, and they're all running tonight right here at the park.
Yeah, and it's good that you mentioned that they are booting home some prices, because prices have been throughout our season. But the fun part of that, you got one of these humongous prices. This is Pervasive, John Muckey's horse, who came up the inside. There was a bit of a duel that carried these 2 wide. They lost a little bit of ground in the process, but they weren't beating him. This is the horse that triggered those carryovers. And you can see the way that he came up the inside, paid $66.60. But he's not the only one. There have been horses like this sprinkled in throughout the season that have keyed big payoffs, some carryovers, and now we have 2 of them tonight.
Right, favorites only winning 32% so far this season. So that means there's been some big prices, and there's been big payouts in our pick 5s. We have a first 5 and we have a final 5, and they both have a 10% takeout.
We do, yes. The first 5 will start in this first race in 37 minutes. The final 5 will begin in race number 4 tonight, but we do want to mention that pick 4 carryover. It's the late pick 4, not the late pick 5 that has a carryover. That will begin in race number 5. There's very few scratches on the card, as you heard from Kevin earlier today. Just a few horses out, 1 rider change. You got some stuff to work with. You got free Brisnet PPs if you want. Get going. You have 37 minutes to get in your tickets for the first 5 that has almost $30,000 in a carryover. And another not so easy sequence, because we have yielding turf too and a fast main track. What more could you ask for?
A lot of discussion up here in the press box already about the pick 5, about horses that I think are total pitches at short prices, and then that becomes super locks when I'm convinced they can't lose. But you're going to see a great discussion take place down in the hot tub. It's our Today at the Races show with Kevin Gorg and Paul Allen. They're going to help you find your way to success in the pick 5 and the pick 4. Enjoy that show. Racing coming up soon.
Hey, welcome to the late afternoon version of the Canterbury Report. But today at the races is provided by Touchdown Tile and TouchdownTile.com. We're here to report at Canterbury Park, Kevin Gorg, Paul Allen, that we have a Pick 5 carryover beginning about 30 minutes from now, like 20 minutes from now with the first race. It's $29,458. All right, so those of you who follow Canterbury and handicap it and like play the Pick 5, you already know what we're talking about. Those of you maybe here just one time a season, here's the deal. Nobody hit the Pick 5 on Thursday. That would include us too.
Right.
So nearly 30,000 of those dollars have carried over to today, to the first race. It's a 50-cent wager. Pick the winners of races 1 through 5, and you can use as many or as few horses in each race as you want. And you hit a Pick 5 that already has $30,000 in it before the betting today. Fast main track, yielding turf course. Pick 5. What do you think?
I don't think there's a single. I was having a nice candid conversation with a couple of the Sharpies in the press box, including Superstats Dave, who does that fabulous green sheet for only $2, best value in the game, and we couldn't find a single. This looks like a card where, again, like a lot of the cards we've seen this season, there are no gimmies, and this has been the trend all the way through. These Pick 5s, not just the carryover we're dealing with. We've seen a handful of Pick 5s pay $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 because I think these fields are deep. I think they're competitive. I don't see any 1 to 2 shots here that can't lose on this card. So I think you're going to want to spread at least to 2 or 3 horses in each race.
Yeah, and if you're new to the racetrack and you, at the info booth, they can answer questions about the Pick 5 and stuff. But like if you don't handicap using, say, the daily racing form, past performances, today would be the day to pick your favorite name, your favorite horse color, jockey, trainer, whatever, and at least take a 50-cent stab because this could be a day where that Pick 5 pays $20,000, $30,000, maybe $40,000. We've seen it several times this year. We've seen one for 38, I think, one for 35. We've had a couple of 27s. So it starts with the first race, and you got to pick the winners of the first 5 races. Are you playing a Pick 5 for the Bet Club?
Yeah, we are. I'm playing the same ticket I'm going to give out in the press box here after we do this show, and it's a $108 ticket. And I don't like doing tickets for much more than $40 to $60 on most days. But when you give me $30,000 that's already in the pot, knowing that this thing's going to be 6 figures before we're done, I have to play a bigger ticket. And so I'm going to spread a little bit. Even though in the first race, I could easily single the 7, I have to spread a little bit and buy some time. I think there are going to be some upsets tonight. I think you're going to want to spread.
Yeah, and if your ticket gets a little large, see, that's the beauty of horse racing, making money with your mind, where you can bet a little to win a lot. So if your ticket gets up there, I don't know, $48 or above or whatever, and you're here with somebody, then just partner up. Get like 2 or 3 people, put X amount of dollars in, play a Pick 5 ticket, even if you're throwing darts today. It's the day to play it. So with your Pick 5, are you feeling it's a cinch? Are you feeling really, really good about it?
I'm not. I think if you look at the way the race results have gone the last couple weeks, I'm not. I'm just going to be honest.
We're authentic at Canterbury.
I don't know anybody in the press box right now that's looking at these races the last couple weeks and saying, yep, I've got this all figured out. I mean, that's why we're getting $30 horses, $40 horses, and Valerie Lund winning 4 races in a night, 1 race card when she won 3 or 4 all last season. I mean, this is what we're dealing with, and it makes it so much more enjoyable when you don't know what's going to happen. If it was all favorites, we'd be miserable. So I love the fact that I've got a $108 ticket, and I have zero confidence because these race cards are deep and tough, and this first race is another prime example. Like most years, I'm singling the 7, and I'm not even thinking about it. I think the 7 should win the race. But the way things are going right now, how do you leave off a horse trained by Veronica Litvin on the inside, winning at near 40%? That horse has 1 career start. It was in the slop, and yes, the horse lost by a sizable amount, but now it's the first try at a fast track, and it's a horse with speed. Action Jackson, the 5, has a chance, and obviously the 7 is going to be tough to beat. So I go 7, 5, 1, and I'll use all 3 on my ticket.
My with this Pick 5 today, and my man KG, my guess is about 7:15 p.m. we are going to be hugging in the press box like we did after the 2006 Belmont when Jazzle won. When Jazzle won, we took down the Pick 5 for the Bet Club.
Oh, wasn't that something?
I pick at 7-2-6, and I'm betting number 7 Mach 2 to win. It's going to be my either first or second biggest win bet of the night.
Wow.
And I have 2 pick 5 tickets. One of them has number 7 Mach 2 single. So I like Mach 2 in this race quite a bit. Now Jackson Action, I certainly respect and respect the heck out of the trainer. Third off the layoff too, just got very, very close. Showed stark improvement. But with Mach 2, it's just okay. At Canterbury, we at 6-1 ran a 105 and change in the Mr. Insensitive race, where 2 have come back to win. And then the next race showed terrific early speed, got tired on a sloppy track. Third here at Canterbury. I like this horse a lot. It's 7-2-6 for me in race number 1. The second race is on a turf course listed as yielding. Very windy, or quite windy here in Shakopee, for those of you taking in the signal from abroad. So we expect the turf to dry out really quickly.
Now listed as good on the turf.
Got you. Fast and good. Fast main track. Good turf course. No scratches, no rider changes in race 2. This is what KG's talking about here. Wide open races. I pick at 8-6-2. 2/3 of the Steam team, Kevin and Angela, they're on number 5, Gypsy Wife. There, you get the leading jockey 5-1 on the morning line. And just in closing here, for those of you who haven't been to Canterbury this season, and like say you come a fair amount during the course of a year, and you're like, oh, favorites only win at Canterbury. I think they've won like 40-45% of the time in the past. Like last year was 47, right?
Yeah, this year they're at 30%. The average winning mutual, according to the Oracle, is $11.80 on a $2 win ticket. That's the average.
How about that?
For the year. It is unbelievable how many long shots we've seen. And like I said, it makes it so much more enjoyable to handicap nights like tonight.
And the morning line favorite here is Fall Moon. I picked the mare second, 2.5-1 on the morning line, looking to win 2 in a row. Why do you like Gypsy Wife?
It just looks like a race where you want to price. It looked like a horse that maybe last time out was stuck behind a pace that wasn't that fast, was stuck on the inside, had some traffic around the turn, and Fuentes gets aboard. And so, when Luis gets on, I'm going to pay attention. We get a workout since that start, a freshening for a 26% trainer in Kevin Eckleberry, who I love. So I think this horse is sitting on a big effort. I fear the 8, who might be loose on the front, and I think the 2 is sitting on a win. I mean, Shabam is a horse that's going to get an absolutely perfect stalking trip. The horse is 5 for 36 and just doesn't always close the deal. So I go 4-2-6-1. I think the 8 is low in speed. I think this is a race you can go 5 or 6 deep and not feel confident. This is without a doubt one of the hardest races to handicap all night.
I will have a win bet on number 8, Chaparita, certainly if she's 5-1 or above. But I'm using 4 or 5 in my pick 5 here. I'm using for sure 2, 4, 6, and 8. And I might throw one more in there because I think this race could be wide open. But I like Chaparita with that early speed, like Kevin said, and stretching out in an advantageous spot. I think third off a layoff with a victory at the distance in the past. It just adds up for me. And Miguel Angel Silva's barn, super hot out of the gate, slowed down, starting to get hot again. And it's a game of cycles, as Kevin will tell you with Bet Club. It's a game of cycles.
And we're going one way right now, and ain't the right way.
Which means it's going to circumnavigate and come back the other way. Race 3, back to the main track. And this one's short on numbers, but long on talent. Charlie Paints is perplexing. This horse, it's not an equine athlete, it's a conundrum. Charlie Paints is tough to handicap. I pick at 5-3-1.
Yeah, it's now or never time for me. And Danny Chersvik, the owner, is a good friend and a kickball champion, but we're getting late early here, Yogi. This horse should win. The bottom line is Charlie Paints should win race 3, but this horse has broken a lot of hearts in just 3 career starts. When you look on the page and see even money, lost, 1-2, lost. So if you're going to go to the ATM like Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, I wouldn't put all your money on Charlie Paints. I have to use 2, 3, and 5 here. 3 most likely winner, but again, I'm not tossing anything Veronica Litvin puts in the gate right now.
What about Brucey getting hot on the outside with You Can't Get What You Want with the Carmona, who's riding well, and this is a Didier.
Yeah, it's a horse that I said tab the tote. Unfortunately, in the pick 5, we don't get to tab any totes because ticket goes in early, but there's no question that horse can run. The workouts tell me so, and every other horse in here has proven they aren't going to be stakes winners anytime soon. So if you have a hunch on a first-time starter like you might on Brucey, don't be afraid here.
No, I'm 5-3-1 here. I'm going to watch the odds on number 6. But Charlie Payne's winning the race would surprise me basically none. I have 2 in this race for sure, maybe. I think number 1, Midship Molly, has some wild card to her, and here's why. You have the 2 to 3 angle, so it's guaranteed that she's grown up. Maybe she hasn't matured as a racehorse, like trying to run faster, but the 2 to 3 angle is pretty good. And Midship Molly had speed. She had speed when we last saw her in September last year, 22-1 for an opening quarter. So I just think she has a little wild card to her. I like Rosalina, and I happen to like her quite a bit. If you look at the interior fractions of her last race, 48 for the half, 14-1 for 6 furlongs, that ain't going to get it done. But you got to go deeper. With Rosalina, the race, no matter the final time, it was an excellent run by the horse. Very competitive. And now we get a cut back to a shorter distance, good stamina in the stretch. And here's what I really like about Rosalina is if you go back to the sprints, you know she has early speed. I mean, she went a half in 45 and change a couple of times last year, or at least once. So I'm going to try to get sneaky here with Rosalina and pick it 5-3-1. The 4th race is on the turf course, listed as good. If that first pick 5 didn't go your way, we start one anew with race number 4. It's only 50 cents. Scratch number 5, my last red cent. I'm on the 11. KG's on number 6.
Yeah, I think Noble Tess is in a pretty good spot for victory here. This is a Tampa shipper with speed, entices our top jockey, Luis Fuentes, into the saddle, and the other speed on paper is sequestered to the outside, so I think he gets the jump with this filly on the front end, gets the lead, and then will have to brace himself for something called Pasta Salad Ronda, who will be charging down that Canterbury stretch. I go 6-2-1, and I think the 6 might be long gone.
Yeah, the 6 could be. I'm on Ms. Callie, and with number 11, Ms. Callie. Got to see what these odds are here. We're 12-1 morning line. Could be close to that. We have a class drop, and we have victories on the turf, victories at the distance, victories at Canterbury. Most importantly for Ms. Callie, off just a terrible race. She just ran 3rd last. She gets back on the turf. She is just a completely different horse on the turf for whatever the reason. Maybe she has big feet, which are conducive to horses running well on the turf. See you, Johnny. Have a good evening. Best of luck with that pick 5, my brother. So I like, Ms. Cowley's post ain't great, but she has speed. Barajas can ride the course pretty well. So I'm gonna try Ms. Cowley here as a little upsetter. Definitely in my pick 5. I take Noble Test 2nd. Kevin talked about her, and Pacific Zip. That's my 3rd selection here. So if I am to open it up, the De Silva and Jose Silva combination, it's just been very interesting this year because Jose rides, he'll ride different jockeys. But it just seems like when Fausto gets on the horse, that's the one. Like that's the go-to guy for him. Their win percentage together is pretty good, and I think this is kind of a wide open race. So I'm going to take number 11, Ms. Callie, and I'm going to bet her to win. Now race number 5 begins a pick 4. That's only 50 cents on the final 4 live races. Speaking of carryovers, in the final in I think the middle pick 4 Thursday we had 3. Nobody hit it. So we have 12,541 carrying over into this pick 4. Multiple carryovers today. 12,541 into the pick 4, beginning with race number 5. Scratch number 5. I'm so funny. How do you do this?
This is a small field, and I don't think you're going to need to go quite as deep here. I might be, I'm going to probably use 2 and 6, but I really like Ghost of Genevieve a lot here. Turf to dirt, had trouble last time, big time trouble out of the gate, and I just think she's better on the dirt. She's okay on the turf, but she's good on the dirt. The problem I have with her is she doesn't like to win very often. She's always in the mix, but she only has 3 wins from 25 starts. So I guess playing the pick 5 and you want it to come down to that last leg, I think you might need to mix that outside horse in. There's a lot of steam on the 3 PA. I don't know what to do with that 3 ball, but I'm going to use 2 and 6. Those are my front 2 here.
Yeah, I'm 2-6-3 here. Now, number 1, Amaretto D'Amore. Just be careful because she's fast.
She's quirky.
And she's quirky. That's a great way to put it. She's a very hyperactive kind of horse, blessed with early speed. And if she's feeling good today and she pops out of the gate and puts 2 on him, the race is over. I mean, she's an 80% winner. I don't have her in my top 3, so I still got to figure this one out for the pick 5. Goes to Genevieve. She's made $66,000, all right? But if you look at some of the top challengers in here, you got a couple of 4-year-olds, you got a 3-year-old in Honorable Mischief, who probably will be favored. Ghost of Genevieve is a veteran. I mean, it's just time for the lady to teach these girls a lesson with that early speed. I ain't kidding you. This 6-year-old, man, she's going to mean business today off the turf, back on a surface like Kevin said she prefers. We'll ignore the 0 for 12 at the distance and look at the 2 for 11 at CBY, and this could be a single on the pick 5. Beginning the pick 4 with a carryover of 12,000 and change. 263 for me. Now, race number 6 goes a mile on the turf. And in this one, we have no scratches or rider changes. Lock It Down, 2.5 to 1, the morning line favorite. LAV got a turf win on Thick Haze on Thursday. Good for Luis. And Kevin likes Lock It Down as lone speed.
The right jockey, too. Luis is great out of the gate, and I think he's going to open up a couple on this field. Once again, I think the connection's got a really good breather from the post draw because the other speed is Desert Glow, who's on the outside. Now, she's going to get a nice pressing trip, but she's not going to be as quick as Lock It Down. And if Lock It Down can put 3 or 4 on the far turn on these girls, she's good enough to win. She knows what to do when she's given the right pace scenario. I think she gets it tonight. I could confidently single if you want to get bold here in the pick 4. I go 1-8-6-2.
Yeah, I take 1-8-6-2. You said 1-8-6-2. I'm 8-4-1, and I'm not betting the 8 to win with Lock It Down to the inside. But this Twirling Savvy, it's if the 8 and the 1 hook up and beat each other up, and they've been known to do that. Twirling Savvy off a layoff is going to sit in a really good spot. 2 for 3 on the Canterbury turf, 1 for 2 at the distance, and Twirling Savvy is averaging about $6,000 a start. So this is not a bad horse. There are a bunch of decent horses in here. This is a tough one. Leg number 2 of the pick 4 with the carryover, and leg 3 of the second pick 5. 8-4-1 in race 6. Now, the 7th race, we are going to go back to the turf, 7.5 furlongs here. And we have no scratches or rider changes. 6-1-2 for me. 6-1-2. I like Catalina Crush a little bit. I picked War Rascal second for Ty Garrett with LAV riding. Kevin just one-upped it and just put that horse right on top, didn't you?
Yeah, I like the breeding for turf, man. This is a Warfront sire. This is a horse that's got patented early speed, gets the turf debut here. Going to get tested around 2 turns. The first time this horse went around 2 turns, it didn't go well, but that was against $110,000 maiden specials at Oaklawn.
Yep.
And again, LAV with speed from the rail, fresh horse. I respect the heck out of the 6. The 6 is going to be really hard to beat. But I think War Rascal is going to fall into a pretty good trip. It's just a question mark as to how the horse will handle this endeavor for the first time. Turf going long is a question mark. 6 has been there and done that, without a doubt the most likely winner. And then PA, I don't know what to do with the 12 because, man, I look at the 12 and I see 0 for 15. I see a bad post, but that just looks like a horse that's sitting on something good.
Yeah, I picked the 12 third, so I pick it 6-1-12. Completely can see what you're talking about there. With the favorite in this race, Catalina Crush, and I do believe she'll be favored. Yeah, I mean, this is no cinch here. This is absolute. I mean, if this horse goes off at 9-5, this is no cinch. Fuentes rides the course really, really well. Nice race last time. In fact, for a mile, 37-3 for this level. I mean, that's pretty good. A lot in this race can't go like that, and this one has speed. But we're starting to stack the L's. The horse is over 9, and in fact has been favored 4 times and lost all 4 times. So this is not a single of mine, an absolute must use. But I am going to use 1, 6, and 12 in that pick 4 for sure. To the 8th race, the luckiest of all lucky lasts, and we scratch number 5. Big Party No Whiskey. Big Party No Whiskey. 3-1-6 for me. The chaser likes number 3. Mr. Cougar. We're going to put Kelsey Haar and Ron Westerman together, and we're going to leave with all the money after that 8th race. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you leave a live race. You got a horse that'll be rolling late. I just think DeGhost gets the better trip. I think he's going to be a little closer to the pace. I know he likes this main track, and I just feel like Bernal Roan's sitting on a win. This is a guy that every summer comes to Canterbury, and sooner or later, he's going to get his wins. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason. Arroyo, I think, fits this horse perfectly. Third off the layoff. I think the 1 gets the money. I go 1, 6, and 4.
Now, we race Wednesday, July 3rd, patented fireworks show. May have heard Angela and Jeff talk about it, but we start racing at 4 o'clock. Done at 9. Pause for about 45 to an hour. Get the horses all squared away and bedded down. Make sure they're safe. And then about 25 to 28 minutes of the best fireworks show you'll ever see. That's Wednesday. CanterburyPark.com for information. 4th of July racing on Thursday. Then we are back at it Saturday and Sunday. But beginning Wednesday, we have 3 consecutive weeks of 4-day racing weeks. Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. For Kevin, I'm Paul. Best of luck and hit that pick 5.
All right, race fans, there is the ticket I've constructed for the Pick 5 with this big carryover. You see the clicker right now with the monies being bet in. And remember that a lot of the money that will end up in the pool happens in the final 2 minutes. We are expecting 6 figures to be bet into the pool. So keep an eye on that clicker. We'll update you all the way through post time. I've got a $108 ticket. Big carryover, big ticket. I'm going to use 1, 5, and 7 here. If you want a single, 7 is my top pick. And I would single if you wanted to be a little more aggressive with that horse who should be loose turning for home. Second race, I'm using 1, 2, 4, and 6. Frankly, I could have used 3 or 4 more horses. The second race, to me, maybe the most difficult one to get confident with in this Pick 5 sequence. Third race, I think I've got it covered with 2, 3, and 5. They look like the most likely horses there. Fourth race, 1, 2, and 6. 6 is my top play. Again, you could single Noble Tess and hope for the lone speed. In the final leg, I'm going to use the 2 Ghost of Genevieve and the 6 Hot Charlotte, $108 investment. You can go together with some friends, play that ticket. You can modify the ticket. Maybe you want to play your own ticket. But the bottom line is, with the carryover, you can't win it if you don't get in it. You've got 4 minutes, plenty of time, big-time carryover, Canterbury Park. Get your bets in now, and good luck, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, Saturdays at Canterbury Park are provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. We also thank Apple Autos, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, and Pepsi. We welcome our featured groups this beautiful Saturday in Shakopee. They include Enterprise Leasing of Minnesota, Jana's 50th birthday celebration, Fargo's 40, Spelt's 40th, Ashley's bachelorette party. 3 minutes. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time into the gate for the first on a breezy Saturday at Canterbury Park. Those of you on track, happy Saturday. Those of you taking in the signal from across the Great Divide, welcome. We have 8 and a pick 5 carryover of nearly $30,000, beginning 7 loaded horses from now. First race courtesy of Loeffler. Family Day tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Wednesday racing, 4 o'clock. Fireworks at about 10. Our first favorite, and the one beginning the first 5, is Mach 2, bet down to even money. Rhino de Grace, one of 2 firsters moving in. And here comes the favored Mach 2 with our leading jockey, Luis Fuentes. And Make It Burn, along with Mach 2, the final 2. Main track fast, turf course good. Good luck with that pick 5 in the carryover. Here they come. And they're racing. Number 1, My Boy Bomber, did not come out adroitly, started in last, but is recovering. Mach 2 popped nicely. Mach 2 from the 7 spot with Bear Share, and Bear Share wants no share of the early lead with Mach 2, who refuses to oblige and joins, and they travel in perfect harmony. Behind them, Jackson Action getting a good trip. Then we come to Rhino de Grace, the firsters on the move, 5 lengths out of it, running by Make It Burn. Then it's My Boy Bomber, last out of the gate, now third last to the outside of that 3, and the firster Catrick is in last. Here comes Jackson Action with a rush to the outside of Mach 2, inside of that Bear Share. Then it's Rhino de Grace, just 3.5 out of it, and Gallardo might have horse. In fact, now he pushes the button about 4 out of it. Mach 2 kicks away 1.5. Jackson Action hanging around. This firster Rhino de Grace can run into the final furlong. Mach 2 leads it by 2. Rhino Grace handling the debut very professionally, but ran into an absolute buzzsaw in the shape of Mach 2, who is numero uno. 7-6-5 in race 1. Number 7, Mach 2 ran first. 7-6-5-2 in 112.05. Those numbers are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. And the first race is official. Into the winner's enclosure, Mach 2 and Luis Fuentes. Mach 2 is owned by Barry and Joni Butzo and trained by Mike Beeler. This is a 3-year-old dark bay gelding by Air Force Blue out of Yankee Sweetheart, bred in Minnesota by Almar Farm. So the first 5 with the $30,000 carryover begins with a favorite. On to race 2 and a turf course listed as good. The rail is at 10 feet. Number 3, Merlin's Sister, is now ridden by Chad Lindsay. Number 3, ridden by Chad Lindsay. In a race provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack, and xfinitymobile.com. Turf time, 23 minutes from now, and welcome to Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Number 1, My Boy Bomber, did not come out adroitly, started in last, but is recovering. Mach 2 popped nicely. Mach 2 from the 7 spot with Bear Share, and Bear Share wants no share of the early lead with Mach 2, who refuses to oblige and joins, and they travel in perfect harmony. Behind them, Jackson Action getting a good trip. Then we come to Rhino to Grace, the firsters on the move, 5 lengths out of it, running by Make It Burn. Then it's My Boy Bomber, last out of the gate, now third last to the outside of that 3, and the firster Catrick is in last. Here comes Jackson Action with a rush to the outside of Mach 2, inside of that Bear Share. Then it's Rhino to Grace, just 3.5 out of it, and Gallardo might have horse. In fact, now he pushes the button about 4 out of it. Mach 2 kicks away 1.5. Jackson Action hanging around. This firster, Rhino to Grace, can run into the final furlong. Mach 2 leads it by 2. Rhino Grace handling the debut very professionally, but ran into an absolute buzzsaw in the shape of Mach 2, who is numero uno. 7-6-5 in race 1.
Hello, I am over here at the entrance to the paddock. We just want to take a second to introduce you to Wichita and Gross. These guys are responsible for taking care of all of our equine athletes out here. Hello. And we just want to give them a little bit of love and remind you of what a great job you do, and thank you for everything that you guys do to keep everything on the up and up out here on the track, in the paddock, and everywhere in between. Now, I'm going to take a little time to pet Wichita, but other things in the paddock like to be pet, like Kevin Gorg. Let's go to him for race 2.
Absolutely. Who doesn't want to get a good pet now and then, especially with all my flowing hair here in this Shakopee breeze? Hey, 65 years is a long time to be married, and if you've been that good to each other and you're still together, we want to wish you a happy anniversary. Roland and Mary Lou Charbonneau celebrating 65 years of marriage. They're out here at Canterbury. Guys, congratulations. Best of luck, and what a fine example to all of us. And then the other thing I want to announce just inside the glass doors here by the paddock, the Leg Up Foundation. Patrick Conchari is here, one of my very favorite human beings on the planet, former jockey. The Leg Up Foundation serves the men and women that ride horses that get hurt and can no longer ride for stretches of time. They can't make a living. We support them. If you can have a little bit of extra cash later in your pocket, stop by. There's a great raffle. There's a great cause. Leg Up just inside the front door. You won't regret it. Now, let's handicap this second race, because you can tell by the betting board, the crowd has no idea. On paper, it is wide open, and this is why we have great racing at Canterbury, big pick 5 payoffs, and once in a while we get a carryover. Races just like this. The One Badger Kitten has the best turf figures, but this horse hasn't raced since August of last year. So the layoff maybe opens some things up to other horses here. Badger Kitten has a touch of speed, sure looks fit and ready in the paddock. Man, she makes a really nice impression, and she's on the board right now as your lukewarm favorite at 5-2. Number 2 is Shabam. Shabam is going to get a great trip. She's a pace presser. She draws a perfect post, and I believe Mac Robertson's sitting on a big weekend. We've seen this movie time and time again. Sooner or later, Mac Robertson's going to heat up. He's winning at a decent clip. He's doing what he does, but this Shabam horse looks awesome in the paddock, so we've all been warned. 3 has Chad Lindsay in the saddle. Put Lindsay in the saddle for Merlin's sister. The hood comes off for Caitlin Bedford. This horse is third off the layoff and should be rolling when they turn for home. 4 is my top pick in the race, along with Miss Angela. I've got Gypsy Wife and our top jockey, Luis Fuentes. I'm a big fan of Kevin Eckelberry. Not only is the father of one of my favorite jockeys here at Canterbury all time, Rye Eckelberry, he's a very good trainer. Wins at just short of 30%. This horse has versatile running styles. I think she can close from the back of the pack, but Miss Angela says she'll be a little closer tonight. If that's the case, I think she can get the money at 4-1. 5 is Tales of McKenna. G-Rod gets the call for Bart Hone. Third off the bench with sneaky good speed. 5 is very, very frisky down here in the paddock. I wrote down sneaky in my past performances when I handicapped. I'm not saying she can win, but at 25-1, you may want to mix her into your tries and supers. 6 is Fall Moon, morning line favorite. 71 turf figure last time out. Stands out like a sore thumb. If the horse duplicates that, she likely can win back-to-back. 7 is my paddock pick. This horse was by far the horse that looked the best in the paddock to me. Gorgeous coat, good muscle for Hurricane Hunter, Silva and Morales. 8 might be Lone Speed. That's Chaparita with Eddie G for Miguel Angel Silva. And the outside horse is Explosive Skies. Tough post for the Rarick charge, but has enough turf credentials to at least be a contender here. Who do you like? Fillies and Mares going 1 mile on a turf course now listed at good. It's turf racing. It's race 2. It's Fillies and Mares. It's coming up. It's coming at you. And it's next.
Our bugler, Sir Leonard Diker, brings them onto the John Deere dirt. After this, they head to the turf, which is listed as good. And the rail is at 10 feet. Number 2, Merlin's Sister, now ridden by Chad Lindsay.
Hello again from beautiful Canterbury Park. Before we get to race number 2, we're going to talk bourbon. Now, Mark, where are you from? This is my contestant, Mark, today for some trivia about bourbon. Where are you from? Do you drink a lot of bourbon? Do you like barbecue?
I like barbecue. I don't drink a whole lot of bourbon, just a little bit. I live here in Shakopee, Minnesota.
Okay, well, we're going to give you one question about bourbon. We'll test your knowledge of it. If you can get it right, simple enough. You're going to join us for barbecue and bourbon coming up next week. Let's turn around, take a look at the tote board, and see what we got for you today. What is the main ingredient in bourbon? Is it A, corn, B, yeast, C, water, or D, wheat? If you know the answer out there, feel free to shout it out, but do you have an idea what the main ingredient in bourbon is?
I'm going to say A, corn.
He thinks it's corn. Is it corn? It is. Well done. You know more about bourbon than you let on. Congratulations. We're going to see you here for the Taste of Canterbury event, barbecue and bourbon. Well done.
All right. Thank you.
If you would like to join him, have some bourbon, have some barbecue, have some fun out here at the races, check out CanterburyPark.com today. You can check out that Taste of Canterbury event and all of our upcoming events. We'll see you there, Mark.
Thank you.
The runners are arriving at the starting gate. It's post time for race 2. Badger Kitten is your win wagering favorite. To back, Gypsy Wife, Explosive Skies. Nine in a line, fillies and mares on the turf. And the racing, absolutely perfect start. Bam wins the start. Badger Kitten with good speed. Outside of that, Chaparita. And right behind them, Fall Moon trying to win 2 in a row. Then it's Explosive Skies at 35-1 to the outside of Hurricane Hunter. 2.5 behind that, Tales of McKenna. Already 10 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Gypsy Wife. The white horse in last is Merlin's Sister. And Badger Kitten shows the way as they head around the turn. Badger Kitten calling the shots by about 1. Outside of that, Fall Moon is good to go, racing in the clear, rolling up to the outside of Chaparita. Then we come to Shabam. Now we have a line of 3. Gypsy Wife out of second last, now 5th, 3 out of it to the outside of Shabam. Shabam. Then it's Hurricane Hunter, sequestered and trapped to the inside of the long shot, Explosive Skies. Tales of McKenna just 6 lengths behind the Kitten. And the one in last is still Merlin's Sister. And the one in first trying to go wire to wire is Badger Kitten, Chaparita all over her. Outside of that, Fall Moon. Then it's Gypsy Wife, about 5 lengths out of it, overtaken by Shabam. Behind them is Tales of McKenna. Badger Kitten is trying to not look back. Badger Kitten rationed beautifully. Opens up by 2 on Shabam. Then it's Chaparita behind them. Hurricane Hunter and Gypsy Wife is surging home on the outside. Badger Kitten 2.5. Here comes Gypsy Wife with a rush. 1 and 4 to the line together. Badger Kitten. Tight photo. 1 and 4. 2 tight to call. Really, really tight photo. Hold all tickets. Tight photo. Placing judges splitting the 1 and the 4. Stand by. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 4, Gypsy Wife by a nose. 4, 1, 2, 7. The second race is official. That first double paid $21.40. Exacta $14.30, trifecta $23.90, trifecta $18.39. Race number 3 to the John Deere Dirt, no scratches and no rider changes. Race number 3, courtesy of John Deere and Anheuser-Busch. About 22 minutes from now for race number 3. To the winner's enclosure, Gypsy Wife. That's 2 for Lou. 2 victories for jockey Luis Fuentes. The winning owner, Richard Perkins, and the winning trainer, Kevin Eckleberry. And the racing, absolutely perfect start. Bam wins the start. Badger Kitten with good speed. Outside of that, Chaparita. And right behind them, Fall Moon trying to win 2 in a row. Then it's Explosive Skies at 35-1 to the outside of Hurricane Hunter. 2.5 behind that, Tales of McKenna. Already 10 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Gypsy Wife. The white horse in last is Merlin's Sister. And Badger Kitten shows the way as they head around the turn. Badger Kitten calling the shots by about 1. Outside of that, Fall Moon is good to go, racing in the clear, rolling up to the outside of Chaparita. Then we come to Shabam. Now we have a line of 3. Gypsy Wife out of second last, now 5th, 3 out of it to the outside of Shabam. Then it's Hurricane Hunter sequestered and trapped to the inside of the long shot. Explosive Skies. Tales of McKenna just 6 lengths behind the Kitten. And the one in last is still Merlin's Sister. And the one in first trying to go wire to wire is Badger Kitten. Chaparita all over her. Outside of that, Fall Moon. Then it's Gypsy Wife about 5 lengths out of it, overtaken by Bam. Behind them is Tales of McKenna. Badger Kitten is trying to not look back. Badger Kitten ration beautifully. Opens up by 2 on Shabam. Then it's Chaparita behind them. Hurricane Hunter and Gypsy Wife is surging home on the outside. Badger Kitten 2.5. Here comes Gypsy Wife with a rush. 1 and 4 to the line together. Badger Kitten. Tight photo. 1 and 4. Too tight to call.
Gypsy Wife gets there in the nick of time. We've got the first two down in this first five. Now, good luck if you are alive. The third comes up with a maiden special weight from Minnesota-bred fillies. They'll go 6 furlongs in this one. No scratches, no rider changes to report of. And your favorite sits in the middle, but a 7-1 shot leads them out here into the walking ring named Midship Molly. Midship Molly's going to make her first start as a 3-year-old. In the first two, she showed good speed. I mean, you can forgive the first start, but the second time around, they went a lot quicker, and Midship Molly fell back a little bit in the process, but we'll see what she has to bring to the table now that she's an older filly. She's got some good works leading into this. I was going to give her one, given that she drew the rail. Roman will be aboard her today, and Midship Molly with that speed should keep things interesting up front, but there is plenty to her right. Minnesota Rose hasn't shown as much speed yet, but she was on the turf last time around. She was going a shorter distance of 5 furlongs. Maybe a little bit more ground will keep her closer to the pace with a little bit softer fractions, but I wouldn't expect them to go much slower in here. And Minnesota Rose's dirt races, both at Tampa and up here at Canterbury, were just not as good as that turf race was. Maybe it's a sign of maturity, maybe it's a preference of surface, but either way, I used her underneath today, and Charlie Paints is the way that both Kevin and I are going to go in here. I know it's 8-5, but Charlie Paints makes sense off those first 3 career starts. The last one at 2 was against Maiden 40s. I mean, it's pretty relative to the level that she's at today, but Charlie Paints is going to make her 3rd start off that layoff, and she is making her 3rd start as a 3-year-old as well. The first 2 have been seconds behind Honorable Mischief and Hot Charlotte. We'll see both of those 2 later today. Charlie Paints did show a touch more speed this year, but probably should be sitting mid-pack. You would think that she would have a very good setup in this race, and it's just another reason why she is taking all the money that she is. One of those speedsters is just to her right in Pearl Button. She's chased some pretty quick splits in her lifetime, and this is going to be her 3rd start as a 3-year-old as well. The problem is that Charlie Paints has been in both of those first 2 races of the year for her. Pearl Button has to find a way to figure her out, but the distance between those 2 has been rather sizable. She makes a good impression down in the paddock, though. She's jumping around on her toes. Maybe a cooler day will help Pearl Button a little bit, too. She has gotten a little bit warm when it's been a hot, humid day. Today, definitely not the case, and she gets a new rider today, Brian Pena. Rosalina is taking a lot of money. Right now she is 3-1. She's on the cutback. She started her year on the turf, then she went 2 turns on the main track, and that was a good second to Blues Cross, and she did all the dirty work up front. Gonna have to go a little bit quicker today, but I wouldn't be surprised to see her sitting just off the pace, and she is one that makes a really good showing down here in the paddock. That is Rosalina making start number 6 today, as opposed to the debut on the outside of You Can't Get What You Want. A lot of work's in tow for this one, though. Sometimes the offspring of Bala Bali need a little time to get going, and this one has had a lot of work in, but none of it in the afternoon. I'm going to give her a start, and right now she is 4-1. 6 furlongs the distance. Lots of betting options go with that. Win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and dollar pick 3s. One of these Minnesotans is going to win for the very first time. We'll find out in about 9 minutes who it is. In the meantime, get ready for the power play.
Welcome up to the press box. We get set for the power play sponsored by Tri-State Bobcat. Thank you, Tri-State Bobcat, and here we go. Race 5 connects everything, right? Early pick 5, late pick 4, all these carryovers. Let's trust Ghost of Genevieve. Love this horse tonight. Now, I circled this because she seems to prefer racing on the main track. Her turf numbers are okay, but she was on the turf last time. She's all speed. When she runs her race, she's on the lead. I circled that for a reason. Second off the layoff, the barn is 21%. This is a Minnesota bred, and this is a trainer-jockey combination, popping at nearly 27%. The rub here is last time out. Watch this start. This is unbelievable. She's a speed horse, and she hopped at the break. So we're going to run this tape. And I got to tell you, even though she prefers dirt, and even though she gets off to this horrific start, she actually gets herself back in this race. And in mid-stretch, it almost looks like she might run these leaders down. Now, she flattened a little bit late, but the bottom line is it tells me she's fit and ready this time. If she can get out of the gate in good order, not make that mistake when the gate pops, I think Ghost of Genevieve is going to be a real handful. And there you see her there making up ground. And she's making up ground on horses that are going 22 flat on the front end. She was ready to run. The break out of the gate cost her a good break tonight, and the red light's on behind the net, and we're celebrating a power play goal thanks to Tri-State Bobcat.
They're at the gate, and it's post time. Post time for the third. Into the gate for the Ram Jam Black Betty battle. Moving him. Pearl Button. Midship Molly. Minnesota Rose. Charlie Paints 1-5. Rosalina. Now the favored filly. And the only firster, Minnesotan debutante, You Can't Get What You Want. Rider off number 3, Charlie Paints. In fact, Eduardo Gallardo is bent over, apparently in pain, trying to walk it off after Charlie Paints reared. Eddie G, upright, bouncing around to get loose. They back Charlie Paints out. Track vet analyzing the 4-5 favorite. Eddie G reboarding. They're walking Charlie Paints around. Philly goes back in. Race 3, take 2. And they're racing. After all that, Charlie Paints outbreaks the field. Rosalina has really good early speed, and so does Midship Molly to the inside off the layoff. Now the favored filly is third. Pearl Button just put Charlie Paints back in fourth. Then we come to Minnesota Rose in the firster. You Can't Get What You Want, 11 lengths rearmost, chasing Rosalina. Rosalina, a neck from Pearl Button, firing to the outside. Midship Molly, 1.5 in arrears, about to be joined by Charlie Paints. Gallardo's all over Charlie Paints at 4-5, and the filly spinning her wheels. She has been overtaken by Minnesota Rose, and You Can't Get What You Want also running on from behind. Still chasing Rosalina, and Rosalina leads it with a quarter of a mile to go. Rosalina, Pearl Button, Minnesota Rose, and behind them is Charlie Paints. Then You Can't Get What You Want, Rosalina. Charlie Paints trying to make it interesting to the inside. Outside of that, Minnesota Rose and Pearl Button. Rosalina between them, Pearl Button. Charlie Paints, not today. Here comes Minnesota Rose at 4.5-1. And there goes Minnesota Rose to the winner's circle. Put a Q around race 3. Number 2, Minnesota Rose proved thorny. Second 4, Pearl Button, 114.36, the final time. The numbers 2, 4, 5, 6. The third race is official. First pick 3 this evening, 55.70. At 2-4 exacta, $32.60. Trifecta, $54.30. Superfecta, $37.83. In the winner's enclosure, Minnesota Rose and Alonzo Quinones. Minnesota Rose is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Speightster out of Congrats and Roses. Owned by Pete Matson, the winning trainer Tim Padilla. Minnesota Rose is a 3-year-old chestnut filly bred by Pete Matson and Bruce Malkerson. On to the fourth race. This begins our second pick 5. 3 legs through our first pick 5. We've gone favorite, 9-2. A 50-cent pick 5 begins anew about 22 minutes from now on the Good Turf course. Scratch 5, My Last Red Cent. And they're racing. After all that, Charlie Paints outbreaks the field. Rosalina has really good early speed, and so does Midship Molly to the inside off the layoff. Now the favored filly is third. Pearl Button just put to Charlie Paints back in fourth. Then we come to Minnesota Rose in the firster. You Can't Get What You Want, 11 lengths rearmost, chasing Rosalina. Rosalina, a neck from Pearl Button, firing to the outside. Midship Molly, 1.5 in arrears, about to be joined by Charlie Paints. Gallardo's all over Charlie Paints at 4-5, and the filly spinning her wheels. She has been overtaken by Minnesota Rose, and You Can't Get What You Want, also running on from behind. Still chasing Rosalina, and Rosalina leads it with a quarter of a mile to go. Rosalina, Pearl Button, Minnesota Rose, and behind them is Charlie Paints. Then You Can't Get What You Want, Rosalina. Charlie Paints trying to make it interesting to the inside. Outside of that, Minnesota Rose and Pearl Button. Rosalina between them, Pearl Button, Charlie Paints, not today. Here comes Minnesota Rose at 4.5-1, and there goes Minnesota Rose to the winner's circle. Put a Q around race 3.
All right, we're in the paddock. You can see on the screen just over 3,400 tickets available. That last race probably knocked out a good chunk of tickets. And this next race, Angela Herman, this is another one of those Canterbury turf races where if it isn't the 6 or the 2, it could be total chaos.
Well, a lot of these turf races have been chaos, even if they look a little formful on paper. But this does start the late pick 5, too. Keep that in mind. We have a carryover coming in the next race in the late pick 4. This starts the late pick 5. I only used a couple in here, though. Kind of like you. I thought if it wasn't going to be a couple of the contenders in here, it could be anybody. So I just took a stand with the 6 and the 7. Now, my ticket is up on screen right now. It got changed around a little bit. I will say I added in Goes to Genevieve just out of pure respect for Gorg 236 for me in the next one. Twirling Savvy, Dirt Flirt, and Desert Glow were the 3 that I used with the hope of beating Lock It Down in the 3rd leg of this sequence in race number 6. And I singled Catalina Crush. He's going to be heavily bet in race number 7. It's either him or it's anybody, kind of like the story of the 4th race. And then I did add the 1. I added to Ghost in the last.
Yes.
For you. And General Crook were the last 2 that I have on this ticket. It did get moved around a lot. It got changed by some of the scratches, even though we didn't have too many. But let's get back to the 4th, because this is going to be the starting leg of it. And if you are going to try to beat the 6 and you're going to try to beat the 2, you're going to get a good price in doing so.
And one of the horses that I think could upset the apple cart is drawn to the inside. Very advantageous post for Dust Maker. If you go back to Northern California turf races here in the past performances just a couple months ago, this horse absolutely fits. And guess what? You're getting double digits up on the board right now. 5-1 morning line set by a pro. And I see natural speed. I see turf figures. Why not the 1? Why not now?
I just thought that Dustmaker was going to get there last time, and maybe she was just feeling a layoff. She had been off since April, and she got very tired late and got run down by Toodaloo Y'all. She did do the hard work up front, but the fractions weren't that tough. I mean, I thought that they kind of drew up the race and got the race out of her that they wanted. I don't love that there's a lot more competition to her outside that has some speed, so there were just a few things that I liked more about her last race than I did about today, and Dustmaker is a horse that I would maybe use in exotics underneath.
Number 2 is Pasta Salad Rhonda. And here's what I'll tell you about this horse. She's going to be way back early. Don't panic. Those Viking silks, purple and gold, they're going to be charging. But I see a ton of speed. 4, 6, 10, 11, they all want to go. That tells me the pace is going to be honest, and the pasta salad could taste good at the wire.
Okay, I didn't know where you were going with that, but Pasta Salad Rhonda does have that one very good run to her. It's just that isn't always what you want on this turf course. Usually you want some semblance of speed, not necessarily being on the lead, but there are other courses that play a little bit better to Pasta Salad Rhonda's style of coming from downtown. I would definitely use her in the mix. I took her second, but she just needs everything to go exactly right in front of her in order to find both a path through and get enough pace.
If you think the pace is going to collapse and you're going to use Pasta Salad Rhonda, you might want to mix in Delusional Dream, number 3. Comes off an impressive win. I think it was softer last time, Ange, but I do like the way the horse opened up. It is hard to win going away by multiple lengths on any turf course, and this horse looked good doing it against softer competition.
And she did it over a good turf course. And Delusional Dream is just one of those horses that has the ability in her, likes this turf course. You just don't know when she feels like running necessarily, and last time she definitely did at 16-1. I wouldn't talk you off Delusional Dream. I wouldn't talk you off Dixie Girl 2 next door either, because she has some speed. She's tried the turf once. It was a good day for her that day, and that's the day that she broke her maiden. She's an interesting one, and I thought she'd be a good number, and she is at 13-1.
Yeah, 4 horses fast early in a crowded field. If she can get out and get to that rail, I don't see a lot of speed inside of her. Maybe she can secure a really good spot. I'll say this, the 4 Dixie Girl 2 makes a very nice impression. I like the energy. It's controlled energy, good-looking coat. The gray looks like she wants to play. Here comes our pick, Noble Tess. Noble Tess is in from Tampa. We love those Tampa shippers. Make me a case for the trip this horse is going to get that allows her to win.
She's usually pretty clear on the front end, but you can go back to last year. In fact, last December was kind of the trip I was looking for Noble Tess. She sat just off the pace. She went and made a little bit of a middle move, but she got tired that day. That was against Maidens, but the horse that beat her did come back to win. I just thought that she would be in a good position to not get too wide of a trip and stay close. That's all that I want. I don't want Noble Tess 8 lengths off the pace because she's usually controlling things up front. That would be the ideal trip for me. 5-2 is not ideal, but we knew she was going to get bet, and she is.
Next door is the 7 Pacific Zip. This is a sneaky racehorse. You get nearly 10-1. You get Jose Silva, who's a terrific conditioner, and you get De Silva in the saddle. And by the way, De Silva here this summer at Canterbury, making his first season at the track, a good one. He looks like he can ride a little bit. I would not throw this horse out of your tries or supers, Ange, at now double digits.
And I took her third. I really liked Pacific Zip, and I'd seen some of her races out west. All of her turf racing was done for Ellen Jackson, so maybe Pacific Zip she's been in a number of barns, but she's run well for everybody. She's another one that I think would get a similar trip to Noble Test, so I like them both.
8 and 9 are both going to get, I think, a really good middle pack off a hot pace trip. And I got to tell you, both the 8 and the 9 look good down here in the paddock. So again, these are horses that are taking money, that are horses that on paper are kind of fringe players. But when you build trifectas and superfectas, these are the kind of horses that can lead you to a big payoff. Does either the 8 or 9 make your superfecta box?
I definitely used Finley's Kitten. I took her fourth, and she's had 4 races this year. Some of these are coming off rest or making their first starts off layoffs. You know what you're getting with her, and G-Rod is going to be back in the saddle. Seems that he gets along with her very well. She is energetic down here, but I guess I would like to see that in her second start up here because her first one was pretty good.
Outside 2 are super fast. Paul Allen loves the 11, and I think he's going to love the price he's getting. This horse might be quick enough to clear off. She's going to have to use some of that speed outside, but both the 10 and the 11 with that natural speed, Ange, at these ginormous prices are going to be in my superfecta.
Nothing in this sort of field would surprise you because everybody has some degree of speed with the exception of Pasta Salad Ronda. So either you love her to pick them all up or you got to spread out a little bit, and that's what I did.
Don't forget about that Leg Up Foundation. Patrick Conchari's here. It's a great cause. Support the jockeys that get hurt and can't ride. They need that money to make a living. We can help make that happen. Leg Up Foundation just inside the main doors here, adjacent to the paddock. Right now it's race number 4. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
It's post time into the gate for the fourth, courtesy of Jim Beam. Elegant, smooth, refined. We also thank Busch Light for 2024 sponsorship as they move in line. There in the gate, and they're racing. Noble Tess began in last, and Dixie Girl 2 begins in first. Dixie Girl 2 going like the wind along with Ms. Callie, and Ms. Callie takes the lead to the outside of that gray Dixie Girl 2. Field is well strung out early, pace hot. After that, Finley's Kitten about 7 lengths out of it, and to the inside of Mizzen Millions. Dust Maker 8 lengths from the lead as Ms. Callie strides away by 7. After that, Pasta Salad Ronda. That one is 13 lengths from the lead. Behind her is Nordic Queen. Between runners, Pacific Zip. Then it's Noble Tess. And in last is Delusional Dream. And in first, it's Ms. Callie. Ms. Callie bumps that lead to 8 lengths with 3.5 furlongs to go. Soul Alone in second, Dixie Girl 2. Noble Tess is making a big move on the outside, doing so wide. Noble Tess, once in second last, is about to be in second place and is setting her sights on the tearaway leader, Ms. Callie. It's Ms. Callie by 3, but it's diminishing. Noble Tess and the Hot Jock taking second. Then it's Dixie Girl 2. Pacific Zip is also on the move, and they head for home. Ms. Callie desperately trying to sail wire to wire. Noble Tess to the outside. Outside of that, Pacific Zip. Dixie Girl 2. Then it's Pasta Salad Ronda coming on fast. Ms. Callie, Pasta Salad Ronda, 3.5 to 1. Pasta Salad Ronda, good. Number 2, Pasta Salad Ronda ran first. Photo for the rest. The numbers 2, 11, 7, 1. Fourth race, official. Second pick 3 paid $140. Exacta 33.60, trifecta 91.10. It was food all odds. Superfecta, the 10-cent Superfecta 211.71. That checked in at $85.94. Race number 5 begins the second pick 4. We have a pick 4 carryover of $12,541. Pick 4 carryover, $12,541. It begins 21 minutes from now, and without number 5, I'm So Funny, who stayed in her barn. Back to the John Deere Dirt for race number 5. Into the winner's enclosure, Pasta Salad Aranda and Serafin Carmona. The winning owners, John Mentz and Hugh Robertson, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Race 5 at Canterbury is courtesy of Pepsi. That's our official soft drink provider. We also thank Tri-State Bobcat, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and Culver's Shakopee. Race number 5, and that pick 4 with the $12,000 carryover, 22 minutes from now. The gate, and they're racing. Noble Tess began in last, and Dixie Girl 2 begins in first. Dixie Girl 2 going like the wind along with Ms. Callie, and Ms. Callie takes the lead to the outside of that gray Dixie Girl 2. Field is well strung out early, pace hot. After that, Finley's Kitten about 7 lengths out of it, and to the inside of Mizzen Millions. Dust Maker 8 lengths from the lead as Ms. Callie strides away by 7. After that, Pasta Salad Aranda. That one is 13 lengths from the lead. Behind her is Nordic Queen. Between runners, Pacific Zip. Then it's Noble Tess. And in last is Delusional Dream. And in first, it's Ms. Callie. Ms. Callie bumps that lead to 8 lengths with 3.5 furlongs to go. Soul Alone in second. Dixie Girl 2. Noble Tess is making a big move on the outside. Doing so wide. Noble Tess, once in second last, is about to be in second place and is setting her sights on the tearaway leader, Ms. Callie. It's Ms. Callie by 3, but it's diminishing. Noble Tess and the hot jock taking second. Then it's Dixie Girl 2. Pacific Zip is also on the move, and they head for home. Ms. Callie desperately trying to sail wire to wire. Noble Tess to the outside. Outside of that, Pacific Zip. Dixie Girl 2. Then it's Pasta Salad Rhonda coming on fast. Ms. Callie, Pasta Salad Rhonda, 3.5 to 1. Pasta Salad Rhonda, good. of it. Mach 2 kicks away 1.5. Jackson action hanging around. This firster, Rhino to Grace, can run into the final furlong. Mach 2 leads it by 2. Rhino Grace handling the debut very professionally, but ran into an absolute buzzsaw in the shape of Mach 2, who is numero uno. 7.65 in race 1. Trying to not look back. Badger Kitten ration beautifully. Opens up by 2 on Shabam. Then it's Chaparita behind them. Hurricane Hunter and Gypsy Wife is surging home on the outside. Badger Kitten 2.5. Here comes Gypsy Wife with a rush. 1 and 4 to the line together. Badger Kitten. Tight photo. 1 and 4. 2 tight to call. And behind them is Charlie Paints. Then You Can't Get What You Want, Rosalina. Charlie Paints trying to make it interesting to the inside. Outside of that, Minnesota Rose and Pearl Button. Rosalina between them, Pearl Button. Charlie Paints, not today. Here comes Minnesota Rose at 4.5 to 1. And there goes Minnesota Rose to the winner's circle. Put a Q around race 3. Callie desperately trying to sail wire to wire. Noble Test to the outside. Outside of that, Pacific Zip. Dixie Girl 2. Then it's Pasta Salad Rhonda coming on fast. Ms. Callie, Pasta Salad Rhonda. 3.5 to 1. Pasta Salad Rhonda. Good.
Turf racing, so exciting. You get those big fields, and it really magnifies the responsibility of the jockey. And boy, the bug boy, Serafin Carmona, has been so good here this summer in Shakopee. And I tell you, that's a well-timed ride to sit off a hot pace and then make the move at the proper time, because it's not just about being off the pace. You've got to give your horse a chance to save ground and then angle out at the right time. Mac Robertson is a fierce competitor. He's one of the all-time great trainers in the history of this racetrack. When he put Carmona on early in the meet, that was the tell. This kid can ride. He'll be another one to watch here in this race. They likely go favored as the trainer and jockey look to go back-to-back. But let's handicap together. I don't think the 5 scratching really changes the handicapping puzzle. The main contenders are still here, and this is a pick 4 and pick 5 separator because we closed the deal and settled the bets. And by the way, the pick 5s are paying quite handsomely. I think the lowest one is to that Mac Robertson horse, and it's nearly $1,000. So if you're alive, good luck. But this also starts the late pick 4 with that carryover of just short of $13,000. This is a very, very important race throughout the card today. It's the linchpin to both the 2 carryovers. Here we go. Paul Allen made a really good point about the one horse, Amaretto de Amor. This is a horse that's very quirky. When she's right, she can really show speed and show talent. Last time out, she was favored and she got left at the gate. Draw a line through that race. Trust me when I tell you, she's good enough to win on her best day, but she's got to bring the A game to beat this salty bunch. My top pick in the race is the 2. We talked about it up in the studio for our power play. Ghost of Genevieve. Now, she's one of those veteran horses that's been there and done that. And yes, she's probably beaten softer competition when she's won here, but 11 starts on the main track, 8 for 11 in the top 3. She needs to be prominent. She needs to get out of the gate. She's had some gate issues, and it cost her last time out. She hopped at the break and lost all chance of victory. She can't make that mistake here. There is no room for error. This is a very tough field. We'll see if Ghost of Genevieve can use that speed, and right now you're taking a peek at my pick 5 up on the board. It's a $1 ticket, so I'm doubling the minimum bet. It's a $30 bet, and you can see it's going to come down to DeGhost in the last leg. I think I've got the right three here with 2, 3, and 6. Those are my top 3 picks in the race, and you can see in that ticket, the penultimate race of the day, I went 5 deep, and I still don't know if I've got them all covered. That 7th race is a real humdinger. So back to Ghost of Genevieve. She's got the Silva. She likes this track. She's had gate issues. There is no room for error. If she gets out, I think she's super live. If she struggles out of the gate, she's in deep water because the lady next to her could be special. This is Call 'em All. Mac Robertson, Serafin Carmona, flash talent in that debut, and boy, is there buzz in the press box about the workouts here in Shakopee. A lot of steam around this horse, and again, it's Mac Robertson, so we should not be surprised. The 3 is absolutely, positively the horse to beat. 4 is Honorable Mischief. Luis Fuentes is our top jockey. He rides for Cody Rosine. 3 starts on our main track for this horse, never worse than second. So the speed figures are a little light, but she's got natural speed and she's got our number 1 jockey. So obviously people are betting, and it's 5-2. To me, the X factor in the race is the outside horse, Hout Charlotte, Brucey Rican, Kelsey Haar. He put the blinkers on 2 starts ago, and something clicked. This horse has been a completely different racehorse. Crushed last time, won by nearly 7 lengths. And if Ghost of Genevieve doesn't get out, she might land herself on the front, and she might be long gone if she can get loose. She looks great down here in the paddock. Well done by Bruce Rican putting those blinkers on. This horse is live indeed. 5.5 furlongs, these beautiful girls, bred right here in the great state of Minnesota. If you're interested in owning racehorses, you should take a look at the Minnesota bred program here. All the big money in your hometown. Get involved. Head to CanterburyPark.com for more details there. Right now it's race number 5. It's a pick 5, settle the bet race, and the start of the late pick 4 with the carryover. Load them up, let them rip right out here at Canterbury Park.
We are now halfway through our card, and this is the late pick 4. Remember, there's a carryover going into this, and I want to wish everybody luck with their early pick 5s, their first 5s, and thank you for playing along. I mean, we've had some decent prices along the way, nothing too huge, and the lowest payout is just over $900. Good luck. Now let's take a look at the late pick 4 and a horse that I want to key in on. It's brought to you by the Daily Racing Form, and we're going to look at Call 'em All's page because it's short, but there's a lot of changes in play, and the angle tonight is changes for Call 'em All. Now, let's take a look at her first 2 starts, and the first change in play is the barn. She is now in the barn of Mac Robertson. She used to be trained by Joel Burnt, and she's getting away from Delta Down. She's coming back home, and that's been friendly territory for her. Maybe last time at Delta, it was just a bit too difficult for her. That was the stakes race. The winner ended up being entered in the Kentucky Oaks. Now she's back at home in Minnesota. Call 'em All also gets a new rider today in Serafin Carmona. He's looking to put 2 wins back to back, and he's aboard Call 'em All with a little lighter weight, and she gets Lasix today. That's what that L with the circle means. That means first time Lasix, and Call 'em All is going to get that today after her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old without. She is 3 now, and she put in a good work up here on June 9th. Now, I know that it's just a bullet of 7. That's what the dark dot is next to it. It was the fastest work of the day, but that was the fastest work at that distance by over 2 seconds. That's pretty dominant. It looks like Call 'em All is back to her old self, or at least some semblance of it, and that's a good thing. The other thing I want to point out is in this bold is Honorable Mischief. She ran second behind Call 'em All in her debut, and they're going to face off again today. Right now they're 9-5 and 3-1 respectively, but we're going to take a short look at the stretch run of that race because Call 'em All is just to the outside of Honorable Mischief. She sat just off a pace duel, and Honorable Mischief might get into one of those today. Call 'em All was very professional at first asking and got to the outside of those two. The fraction, I mean, it was quick, but it's about what you would expect today. And this is Call 'em All drawing off in the stretch, not looking at all like a first-time starter, doing everything right at first asking and pulling away from one of the horses that, again, I think will be one of the favorites in here. Call 'em All might be the favorite, but Honorable Mischief has to turn the tables on her and do it in a hurry. I don't think it's going to happen. We're going to try Call 'em All today with all those changes in play and see if she can't start your late pick 4 off right.
The horses are at the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th. Amaretto D'Amore, Ghost of Genevieve. Call them all. Honorable Mischief. And Haute Charlotte, last in.
Let a horse back. You're not.
And they're racing. Number 6, Haute Charlotte, went to bucking shortly after the start. Kelsey was able to stay on, but this one is hopelessly out of it. The others kick on. Ghost of Genevieve with really good early speed. Ghost of Genevieve to the inside of Honorable Mischief. Then it's about 5 lengths back to Call 'em All, and Amaretto D'Amore is 7 lengths from the front. Way back in last, Haute Charlotte. Off the far turn, Ghost of Genevieve leads it by a half. In second is Honorable Mischief. Call 'em All is ranging in 5 lengths out of it. Then it's Amaretto D'Amore. Here comes Call 'em All with a rush to the outside of Ghost of Genevieve. Call 'em All. Ghost of Genevieve does the moonwalk into the final furlong. Call 'em All trying to run down to the outside of Honorable Mischief. Then we come back to Amaretto D'Amore. Football field to go. Honorable Mischief. Call 'em All. Honorable Mischief wins. Hold all tickets. A general steward's inquiry into the start of number 6. The stewards are taking a look at the start of number 6, Haute Charlotte, to make sure she had a fair chance to race. Meanwhile, into the winner's enclosure, Honorable Mischief, 3 victories for jockey Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, Cliff Racing, and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. No change to the final order of finish. Number 6, Haute Charlotte, deemed a starter. You'll see her gate stall opened in unison with the rest of the field. She threw her head up in the air, went to fighting the bridle, and caused all of her own problems. 4-3-2-1 to be official shortly. And race 5, official. Pick 4, 238.35. The pick 5, $950. Race 6 to the good turf course. No scratches. To the gate. 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Number 6, Haute Charlotte, went to bucking shortly after the start. Kelsey was able to stay on, but this one is hopelessly out of it. The others kick on. Ghost of Genevieve with really good early speed. Ghost of Genevieve to the inside of Honorable Mischief. Then it's about 5 lengths back to Call 'em All, and Amaretto d'Amor is 7 lengths from the front. Way back in last, Haute Charlotte. Off the far turn, Ghost of Genevieve leads it by a half. In second is Honorable Mischief. Call 'em All is ranging in 5 lengths out of it. Then it's Amaretto d'Amor. Here comes Call 'em All with a rush to the outside of Ghost of Genevieve. Call 'em All. Ghost of Genevieve does the moonwalk into the final furlong. Call 'em All trying to run down to the outside of Honorable Mischief. Then we come back to Amaretto d'Amor. Football field to go. Honorable Mischief. Call 'em All. Honorable Mischief wins.
Well, 2 races back, Luis Fuentes had a tough trip with that 6-ball. Slow out of the gate, circled the wagons, and couldn't get the job done on one of the favorites. He makes amends with a very heady ride on Honorable Mischief, and Cody Rosine's barn continues to sparkle, and we continue on with some great turf racing here at Canterbury. It's been our calling card all season. The value has been there. We've seen upsets galore on the lawn. Let's handicap race 6 together, starting with number 1, Lock It Down. Lock It Down has speed, has a good gate jockey in Luis Valenzuela. Solid barn for Esteban Martinez. Now, she got beat last time by Desert Glow, fair and square. She had the lead, and Desert Glow came and got her. You can see that in your past performances, so she's going to have to make that up. Maybe the one way she can make it up is the inside post. I think a big advantage. We'll see if Lock It Down, who looks like Lone Speed, can take them all the way. Number 2 is Octane. Boy, 11-1 seems a little egregious to me. This horse fits, man. 3rd time off the layoff for Silva. Pena in the saddle. Good stalking speed. Great post position. And this horse has knocked heads at Golden Gate, Del Mar, so some California steam at double digits. You may want to mix that horse into your exotic wagers. 3 is Virtually. Kelsey Haar gets the call for the Rushton gang. In from Nebraska, where they don't have a turf course. Maybe that's the angle there. I'll tell you what, Kelsey brings in prices. Average payoff with her winners this year up over 10-1. She can ride them up fair and square. 4 is Twirling Savvy. Constantino Roman for Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson. Mac takes the blinkers off. The horse, if you go back to Keeneland back in 22, this horse ran an 83 turf figure. If she can find anything close to that, she can win. And the pace should be honest, so I expect the 4 will come running. Hey, Superstats Dave just hit that pick 5. He's our tip sheet guy. He is sharp, and he loves Morg's World. In fact, he's supposed to be at a barbecue with family members, but he stayed back just to bet Morg's World. I've got my new Extreme Racing gear from Vicky. Thank you, Vicky. I'll always cheer for Extreme Racing. Gallardo and Morg's World, like the 4-horse, the barn mate, should be rolling when they turn for home. Angela likes the 6. She likes Dirt Flirt. Dirt Flirt likes the turf. That doesn't make any sense, but it's the way it is. De Silva for Silva. Outside closer, Dirt Flirt and Angela, square 5-1. Saved by Grace is an interesting horse. Everything Gary Shearer puts in the starting gate right now seems to run. Such a good horseman. I like Saved by Grace on the dirt down the road, but if he's on the turf, I got to pay attention because Gary is such a good horseman. 5-1. The fans are betting too. 10-1 morning line. They're cutting this one down near and a half. PA loves the 8, Desert Glow. Carmona's been good. The Bug Boy on the outside. I expect the 1 to get the lead. I expect the 8 to be pressing as they turn for home, and we'll see how the race goes from there. But you know one thing, Carmona will have that horse in position to win. This kid is awesome in the saddle. Turf racing here. Fillies and mares traveling a distance of 1 mile. This should be really, really good. Who do you like? Get your bets in right now, and don't forget, while you're here with this beautiful crowd, download the First Bet app. The only way to do it is to head to the info center up on the clubhouse or down on the main level. Stop at either info center. Get that First Bet app on your phone. You can deposit money when you're here. You can bet with never having to be in line. And when you win, you can take that money and put it right back in your account. It's that easy. It's the First Bet app. Right now it's race 6 coming up and coming at you next.
So again, from the winner's circle, we got Uncorked coming up at the end of July, and we got a couple of lovely ladies with me today to try to guess the 5 states that produce the most wine. Now, tell me, ladies, who are you? Where are you from?
I'm Becca. I'm from Eagan, Minnesota.
I'm Nikki. I'm also from Eagan.
All right, ladies, do you enjoy wine? Would you like to join us at Uncorked? Do you have a lot of knowledge about states that produce wine?
Maybe a little bit.
Well, we're going to make this multiple choice. We're going to put a list up on the board of the different states. You just got to pick the 5 that produce the most wine. We'll give you a second chance if you don't get it on the first one, but I got a good feeling about this. So let's turn around, look at the tote board, and we are going to have a list of 15 states. There are the 15 states that you have to pick from. Just give us the 5 that produce the most wine. I'll give you a minute to look at it. If anybody's got any ideas, feel free to shout them out. But where do we begin?
For sure, California.
Okay, California is definitely one of them.
Then Washington. Okay. New York, Oregon, and Pennsylvania.
Okay, now their guesses were California, Oregon, New York, Washington, and what was the last one?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, is that the 5? You got it right on the money. Well done. That was not easy. Those 15 states you picked. I thought so too, but hey, you guys are going to Uncorked. That was very, very impressive. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll see you guys at the end of July. Nice work.
Thank you.
Wow, very, very good. If you guys want to join them and learn everything that they know about wine, maybe a little bit more, come to Uncorked and check out where you can get the information and the tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Well done, ladies.
Thank you.
It is now post time into the gate for race 6. Desert Glow last in line. Here they come. And they're racing. And number 1 is number 1 in the early stages. Lock It Down in LAV, trying to lock it down in wire-to-wire fashion. Desert Glow fires up to the outside. And now the bookenders go 1-2. Virtually is right behind them, about 4 lengths out of it. Outside of that one is Saved by Grace. That's 7 a bit wide around the turn, 5 out of it. And to the outside of the Brazilian Octane. Also in that clump, Morg's World, 8 lengths behind Lock It Down, who leads it by 1.5. Then it's Twirling Savvy, and in last is Dirt Flirt. A well-strung out cast of 8 heads up the Canterbury Park barn side, and on a sun-splashed Saturday, Lock It Down pulls them along by 1. Half mile to go, 1-8-3-7-5-2-4-6, and they're separated by 9, chasing a Lock It Down. Desert Glow's taking a run at her on the outside. Virtually's getting an awesome trip if good enough. Then we come to Saved by Grace, pushed on by Q. About 5 out of it. Morg's World right next to the stablemate Twirling Savvy. Then it's Dirt Flirt out of last and on the move. Octane is now in last, and the bookenders slug it out as they head for home and charge down the Canterbury Park turf course. Lock It Down, fending the challenge of Desert Glow. Virtually sneaking through to the inside. Outside of that, Twirling Savvy and Morg's World with a late charge from Dirt Flirt. Here comes Virtually at 50-1. Virtually just blew the tote board to Burnsville. Number 3, Virtually, first. Second, 1, Lock It Down. Third, 6, Dirt Flirt. And 5, Morg's World. 3-1-6-5. It's unofficial. Race number 6 is official. Virtually paid $102 for a $2 win wager. The exacta paid $223. The trifecta paid $521. 10-cent superfecta $312. Double $459. Pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $524. Race number 7 is the Saturday penultimate. Final turf race. No scratches, no rider changes. Post time 22 minutes from now. In the winner's circle, Virtually and jockey Kelsey Haar. Virtually is owned by Rushton Thoroughbreds and the winning trainer, Stetson Rushton. Behold a 50-1 winner. Racing at Canterbury, co-sponsored by Kim Crawford, Hormel, Fairfield Inn, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction. Our 7th race is courtesy of Quick Trip and the Minnesota Lottery. Race time, about 8:10. And they're racing, and number 1 is number 1 in the early stages. Lock it down in LAV, trying to lock it down in wire-to-wire fashion. Desert Glow fires up to the outside, and now the bookenders go 1-2. Virtually is right behind them, about 4 lengths out of it. Outside of that one is Saved by Grace. That's 7 a bit wide around the turn, 5 out of it. And to the outside of the Brazilian Octane. Also in that clump, Morg's World, 8 lengths behind Lock It Down, who leads it by 1.5. Then it's Twirling Savvy, and in last is Dirt Flirt. A well-strung out cast of 8 heads up the Canterbury Park barn side, and on a sun-splashed Saturday, Lock It Down pulls them along by 1. Half mile to go, 1-8-3-7-5-2-4-6, and they're separated by 9, chasing a Lock It Down. Desert Glow's taking a run at her on the outside. Virtually's getting an awesome trip if good enough. Then we come to Saved by Grace, pushed on by Q. About 5 out of it. Morg's World right next to the stablemate Twirling Savvy. Then it's Dirt Flirt out of last and on the move. Octane is now in last, and the bookenders slug it out as they head for home and charge down the Canterbury Park turf course. Lock It Down, fending the challenge of Desert Glow. Virtually sneaking through to the inside. Outside of that, Twirling Savvy and Morg's World with a late charge from Dirt Flirt. Here comes Virtually at 50-1. Virtually just blew the tote board to Burnsville.
Earlier, I talked about that Leg Up Fund to support the jockeys that are risking their well-being for entertainment every day. And Kelsey Har, a couple races ago, you remember her horse out of the starting gate bucked and bronked, and she got banged up. And now she's playing with pain. And I got to tell you, she's like a hockey player come Stanley Cup playoff time. What she did last race, you can go back and watch that race. That's as good a turf ride as you will see at this racetrack all summer. Showed speed out of the gate. She rationed down that speed, sat behind the front two, and could have gone wide, turning for home, but it takes more courage to stay inside and save ground, and she did that, and she got the money at 50-1. Incredible ride. She's a terrific jockey, and Bruce Meyer, the Oracle, one of our handicappers at ProPicks on our website, has talked about the average winning price for Kelsey Har. Before tonight, it was 11-1. That's going to bounce up closer to 20-1. She can flat out ride. Excellent job by Kelsey Har. Let's move on now to race number 7. Couple of turf races now. This is the second of 2, and then we close it out with race 8 on the main track. I'm on the 1. I'm on War Rascal, and listen, this horse has never been on grass, and 2 turns is still a mystery, but I like the bloodlines, I like the early speed, and I'm a big fan of Luis Valenzuela. He's a good gate jockey. He knows what to do when he has horses just like this, and boy, oh boy, does War Rascal look the part down here in the walking ring. What a handful that the young man has there with that horse. Good muscle, good coat. I'm all in. I like War Rascal a lot here with that speed from the inside. Number 2 is I Can Do It, Barejas for Miguel Angel Silva. On the stretch out, I expect some speed here. I love this trainer. He puts speed into his horses, and they run. And they usually show speed out of the gate, 21-1. 3 is Deposit Insurance, G-Rod for Mikey Beeler. Couple of sprints. Last time with the blinkers, much improved effort, so the equipment seemed to work. Mike Beeler's a sharp horseman, so I'll trust him there. Number 4 is Parisian Promise, Eddie G for Brucey Rican. Turf debut last time, it wasn't good. So the fact that they're back on the turf, I got to trust Brucey here because I don't see it on paper, but, Bruce has won some big races. Oaklawn Park all winter, and he's won a couple nice price races here too. So they stay on the turf even after that effort. 5 is 2, Stormy Oceans. The hood comes on for Timmy P. His go-to guy is Alonzo Quinones. The Q rides this one. Again, like the 4 on the turf last time, did not show much. Will need to improve. 6 is the horse to beat. There's no doubt about it. This is Catalina Crush. Luis Fuentes, our top pilot, for a 30% trainer in Matt Williams. Has stalking speed, doesn't need the lead, will be a handful tonight. If you want to greet the cashier and get paid, you got to beat the 6. Otherwise, you got to jump on board with the people. 7 is Gypsy Chief De Silva for Rushton. Those Gulfstream Park races make this horse a player. If you go back to February and March and look at those races, 1 on the synthetic, 1 on the turf, those speed figures make this 7 a big-time contender here. 8 is Further Evidence for Novogratz. Carmona gets the call for Mac in from Glitzy Fairgrounds. Had a troubled trip last time. I would not leave this horse off your tries or supers at that price. Mac Robertson, 13-1. Please. 9 is Speaking Loud. Arroyo gets the call for Stanky. Stanky's horse last time had a wide trip. Might have a wide trip again here. That post is very pesky. As is the 10 for Kid Got Rhythm. Roman for Bernie Roan. I expect some speed here. If you like this Burnell Roan horse here, maybe you do a double to the 1 in the last. I think Bernie will win the last race tonight. 11 is Outlaw Run. Kelsey Har. Uh-oh, there's that long shot jockey. There's Kelsey Har riding for her guy, Bobby Klein. Turf bloodlines are not there. Post position is pack a lunch mode, but that ride last race, I'll tell you what, as good as it gets. Way to go, Kels. Number 12 is Braggadocious Chad Lindsay for Taylor Van Winkle. TVW. Never, ever overlook a TVW product. 8-1, good-looking gray, smile that can light the world on fire. I'm always cheering for her. We'll see if Chad can get it done for Grandpa Clippy. No angel of death there. Good luck. Outside post and Grandpa Clippy. Yikes. All right, race 7, maiden special weight, 7.5 furlongs. There's a buzz in the air out here. Maybe it's Johnny the Mouse Mickelson flush with all that Kelsey Har money. Race 7 going to the gate soon. Get your bets in now. Good luck. All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention to the winner's circle, we have 12 chances. Thank you to the Minnesota State Lottery. Here's how it works. Hold those placards up proudly. If their horse wins, they get $50 in scratch-off tickets. It could be hundreds. It could be thousands. We don't know. First 3 finishers all get a swag bag. Let's meet the beautiful people. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Nikki. I'm from Eagan, Minnesota.
Go Wildcats. There she goes.
I'm Austin. I'm from Rochester, Minnesota.
Ooh, Newt's Burgers in Rochester. You'll never have better.
Taylor from Duluth.
Duluth. Go Bulldogs. Oh, love Duluth. Your name?
Madison, and I'm from Lakeville, Minnesota.
It's a great day to be a Panther, all you Lakeville fans out there. Oh, Lakeville, it's a Cougar. She's a Cougar. Oopsies, my daughters went to Lakeville North. Sorry.
I'm Allie, and I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Who's your favorite football team?
The Packers.
What do we do to Packer fans? Boo, boo. We're all cheering against the 5 now. Sorry about that.
I'm Matt. I'm from Naperville, Illinois.
Ooh, who's your favorite football team?
Bear down, baby.
Bears suck. We don't care about the Bears.
John, Prior Lake, Minnesota.
Yeah, go Lakers. I like these local guys. We got to cheer for the Minnesota money.
I'm Becca. I'm from Eagan.
Of course you are. Eagan, beautiful people.
I'm Philippe, and I'm from Belgium.
Hey, they got great waffles in Belgium. Let's hear it for this guy. Love those waffles.
I'm Sammy, and I'm from Bloomington, Illinois.
Thank God you didn't say Green Bay.
I'm Tyler from Apple Valley.
Go Eagles. Angela Herman, a proud Apple Valley Eagle.
Nate from Maple Grove.
You play in the NBA?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Maple Grove with the big gray. Good luck to all the people except the Packer fan. Here we go. Cheer them on. Arriving at the starting gate, and it's post time for the penultimate. Race 7.
following race 6 and a 50-1 winner. Catalina Crush, 9-5 and favored. Parisian Promise goes in. Likewise for Kid Got Rhythm. 2 Stormy Oceans. Outlaw Run goes in. Ridden by Kelsey Har. Just clicked at 50-1. 25-1 this time. And Braggadocious completes the full field on the turf, race 7. And they're racing. Excellent, excellent beginning. Gypsy Chief, the Brit with good speed at 4-1. Gypsy Chief fires to take the lead with Icon Do It to the inside, and Kid Got Rhythm to the outside, not handling the turn with the plum. That's Kid Got Rhythm way out in the center of the track. Then we come to Catalina Crush, 2 Stormy Oceans to the inside of that 5th, 5 out of it, Pace Hot. After that, Speaking Loud to the outside of War Rascal, and check that, not War Rascal, that's Further Evidence. Further Evidence is now about 10 lengths from the lead, and about 2 lengths clear from Outlaw Run. After that, Braggadocious to the outside of Deposit Insurance. There's War Rascal, second last and far out of it, and Parisian Promise is behind that one. 18 covers them, and they're chasing the 7. Gypsy Chief, Thievery on the Mind. Gypsy Chief clear. In second is Speaking Loud. After that, it is Catalina Crush. Then we come way back to Outlaw Run. This long shot's on the move. Outlaw Run at 35-1, 7 out of it to the outside of Icon Do It, and here they come down the stretch. Gypsy Chief, Outlaw Run, Kelsey Har at 35-1, trying to do it again. Between them, Catalina Crush. It is outside Outlaw Run from Gypsy Chief. Outlaw Run is 35-1. Kelsey, you did it again. Incredible. 11 Outlaw Run first at 35-1. The numbers, 11, 6, 7, 8. Ladies and gentlemen, hold all tickets. We have a jockey's claim of foul, and it does involve the winner, number 11, Outlaw Run. A jockey's claim of foul that does involve the winner, Outlaw Run. The jockey of number 8, Further Evidence, Serafin Carmona, is claiming on the far turn with about 3 furlongs to go. Kelsey Haar and Outlaw Run fouled them. Our track referees, the stewards, are taking a peek at the allegations, and we will have an answer for you shortly. Jockey's objection, 8 versus 11, and it's under scrutiny. The 2 in question, as you watch the film, 8 and 11. The 11 and the rider with the silver helmet cover, the pink helmet cover, horse with the red blinkers, 8, Further Evidence. The rider of the 8 is claiming Outlaw Run fouled him heading into the turn. So the 2 you're looking at, 11 and 8. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no change. No change to the final order of finish. In the estimation of our track referees, the stewards, there was insufficient evidence to disqualify number 11, Outlaw Run. In essence, the stewards are indicating number 8, Further Evidence, did not provide enough evidence to believe this one would have had a better placing. So therefore, Outlaw Run, soon to be your official winner. In fact, it's official now. 11, 6, 7, 8. In the winner's circle, Outlaw Run, back-to-back bombs for Kelsey Haar. Outlaw Run is owned by Pleasant Hills Training Center and the winning trainer, Bob Klein. The Outlaw stole all the money. Exacta 167, Trifecta 374, Superfecta 293 for a dime. The pick 3 paid $273. We have a record daily double payoff, $4,067.20. That is a $2 double. The previous record, $3,156 in 1988. Now to the 8th, the lucky last. Scratch 5, big party, no whiskey. Post time for the 8th race, about 8:50. And they're racing. Excellent beginning. Gypsy Chief, the Brit with good speed at 4-1. Gypsy Chief fires to take the lead with Icon Do It to the inside, and Kid Got Rhythm to the outside, not handling the turn with the plum. That's Kid Got Rhythm way out in the center of the track. Then we come to Catalina Crush, 2 Stormy Oceans to the inside of that 5th, 5 out of it, Pace Hot. After that, Speaking Loud to the outside of War Rascal, and check that, not War Rascal, that's Further Evidence. Further Evidence is now about 10 lengths from the lead, and about 2 lengths clear from Outlaw Run. After that, Braggadocious to the outside of Deposit Insurance. There's War Rascal, second last and far out of it, and Parisian Promises behind that one. 18 covers them, and they're chasing the 7. Gypsy Chief, Thievery on the Mind. Gypsy Chief clear. In second is Speaking Loud. After that, it is Catalina Crush. Then we come way back to Outlaw Run. This long shot's on the move. Outlaw Run at 35-1, 7 out of it to the outside of Icon Do It, and here they come down the stretch. Gypsy Chief, Outlaw Run, Kelsey Haar at 35-1, trying to do it again. Between them, Catalina Crush. It is outside Outlaw Run from Gypsy Chief. Outlaw Run is 35-1. Kelsey, you did it again.
Perfect. Look at that.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg with you from the press box, and all kinds of good news. It's Kelsey Har's world, and we're all just passing on through Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's flush. What a world we live in.
Right.
50-1, then 35-1, and now we get a pick 5 carryover of just short of $60,000
You can see it on the screen behind us.
into the late pick 5 tomorrow. And I got to tell you, tomorrow's card is spectacular. We've got turf racing all day, a couple of really big fields late in that card, turf sprints. This is going to be a fun day tomorrow. Make plans to come back and chase that $60K.
Right. It's already at $60K. You saw the pools today, and tomorrow's races are much easier. I don't know about 50-1 shots and 35-1 shots, but I didn't see him today. And Kelsey Har boots them both home in sequence for $4,000 plus payout for a $2 double. We've talked about it before the races. The turf races have been that way, and they definitely followed through in a big way in races 6 and 7. Now we get back to the dirt for race number 8. This is going to cap off our card for today, but remember we start at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Our first 5 will start in the first, and that final 5 with almost $60,000 in the carryover starts in race number 4. Better get capping now. No weather that we foresee really interfering with anything, so might want to start doing your homework right about now. And in this 8th race, we scratched the 5, Big Party, No Whiskey, and the remaining 5 are making their way into the walking ring right now. Kevin likes the one on screen.
I do like this horse. I like the Ghost a little bit. Arroyo for Bernie Roan. I think the barn's sitting on some wins. The horses face better competition. We're going turf to dirt, stalking speed inside. I think this horse gets a really good trip. And you can see Bernal Roan in the daily racing form, lower left, 25% trainer in this scenario. So I'm going to trust Arroyo to scrape the paint and get the money here at a decent price. Tell me about Handsome Harry, because I look at the barn. I look at a race where the front 2 finishers came back to win. I see Santa Anita past performances. I right away think of you, Angela.
Yeah.
Make the case for Handsome Harry.
Well, Handsome Harry won very early on in his career, and he won a Salty Maiden at Del Mar. I mean, those aren't easy to win, especially off that kind of layoff that he was coming from. But Handsome Harry hasn't followed up that performance. He was put on the vets list after that, and since then hasn't been quite the same sort of horse. But they've tried sprinting, they've tried going long, they've tried turf. They've given him chances at different things. That's why I didn't use Handsome Harry on top. But this sort of horse does have the ability. You can see it way back. It's just whether or not he wants to do this sort of thing. So I wouldn't leave anybody out of the equation at this point with some of the prices that we've seen, but 3-1 seems a little low for me on Handsome Harry. Your current favorite, looking to close Kelsey Har out with a 3-peat, is Mr. Cougar.
I'm not going to doubt anything that this girl can do. She's playing hurt. She got banged up earlier. She wins at 50-1. She wins at 35-1. PA loves this horse. The horse is 1 for 42. But it's Johnny the Mouse Mickelson, it's Kelsey Har, and it's a closer in a race where there is speed. I do think that the 4 and the 6 have enough early speed to create a pace scenario for the Cougar to come get him. And how do you go against Kelsey Har right now? Back-to-back brilliant rides. She'll be charging late. Can't fault anybody who takes a swing. I'm going to try to beat the Cougar, but go Mouse, go Kelsey.
Color Me Legendary is the other Jose Silva Jr. trainee. This one definitely the speedier of the two, like you mentioned. He and Handsome Harry enter this race together from very different points. But Color Me Legendary won pretty nicely on the turf down at Turf Paradise. That was a good ride that day by Morales. Just let out notches with him, and he drew away at the end again. But he, too, has not followed it up with any sort of similar effort. And I thought, like you, that a General Crook on the outside could keep the pressure on Color Me Legendary. We've seen this horse put in good races from just off the pace, but now he's developed this speedy sort of style. I didn't see it. I used Color Me Legendary initially, and then I'm not going to use him in this spot because I did like the outside horse.
Yeah, I think the outside horse gets a good trip. I mean, General Crook faced Yo Dog last time, who'd be 1-5 against this bunch. And your horse on screen right now looks pretty good.
And he showed more speed in the past than he did this last time around, but that was going 6. Now he's going to stretch out to a mile. That's been a little more conducive to him. Further in the past, I mean, you have to go back to Emerald to find a really good 2-turn race for him. However, when he dropped down to this level at Turf Paradise, or this relative level, that was more important for me. He ran pretty gamely in defeat that day behind Coastal Fog and Yankee Humor. I'm willing to forgive the last one and see if maybe this isn't his game and he can improve on both the drop and the stretch out in distance.
You can see by the chicklets there with the selections, this race is a little wide open, and can Kelsey Har go boom, boom, boom to close the day? I don't know. I know one thing. I'll be back here tomorrow. You should be too. Carryover of just short of $60,000 into that final 5 tomorrow. See you for Pepsi Family Day. Good luck right here in race number 8.
Our bugler, Lynn Diker. Round of applause for the bugler, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Lynn. See you tomorrow for that big carryover. Race 8 on the track, John Deere Dirt, scratch 5. Post time, 7 minutes from now. Well, isn't this just super special in patented chaser-like fashion? I've liked this horse, number 3, Mr. Cougar, for 3 days. I'm still going to bet on Mr. Cougar because I'm chasing today from that first pick 5 and that second pick 4 like you, and you. So, of course, Kelsey Haar's the hottest jockey at the track, having won at 50-1 and 35-1. So the chaser, in very Pavlovian/lemming-like fashion, we're all over number 3, Mr. Cougar, not only for Kelsey, but for one of the real nice guys at the racetrack, Ron Westerman, the owner and trainer. So Kelsey, Ron, Mr. Cougar, go get the money for the chaser. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 8th and final live race tonight. Pick 5 carryover tomorrow of nearly $60,000. We start with Family Day at 1 o'clock. The pick 5 carries to the second pick 5 tomorrow, the final 5. Oscar Quitos is our starter. His post right in front of an unbelievably clean starting gate. That's great work. One out. The Crook. And they're racing. Da Ghost at 2-1 comes out very speedily. Handsome Harry's next to that one. And now General Crook tries to steal away from the 6th spot, getting down to the inside. General Crook leads it from Color Me Legendary. After that, Mr. Cougar prowls 7 lengths from the lead. Around the corner they go, and they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. Color Me Legendary ahead to the outside of General Crook. After that, it is Handsome Harry. Doug Ghost outbroke the field, now 4 lengths out of it, and about 8 clear from Mr. Cougar, and that one is 12 lengths rearmost, and now they have a half mile to travel chasing Color Me Legendary. Color Me Legendary at 3-1, scoots clear by 1.5. In second, Handsome Harry going by General Crook. After that, DeGhost and Mr. Cougar still double digits out of it, and they have 5/16 of a mile to go. Color Me Legendary. Outside of that, Handsome Harry. DeGhost is making a big move. Here comes DeGhost, and the one is on the move to the outside. Behind them, we have General Crook. Color Me Legendary is doing the moonwalk, and Mr. Cougar would have to provide the rider with 3 in a row from 10 out of it. DeGhost hoping to disappear in the winner's enclosure, but Handsome Harry is all snazzy to the inside. AC-doocy to the wire together, and Saturday finishes with a spine tingler that goes to Handsome Harry. Number 2, Handsome Harry. First, 2-1-6-3 in 139.69. Saturday is official. Our final double paid $647. The $1 pick 3, $15,201. Pick 5 carryover, 4 of 5 paid $343. We carry $59,000 and change into the second pick 5 tomorrow. The pick four, 17,889. The exact carryover number, 59,746. Into the winner's enclosure, Handsome Harry and Brian Pena. The winning owners, Big Iron Racing, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Racing resumes tomorrow, Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. The pick 5 carryover will begin with race number 4. A carryover of nearly $60,000 begins tomorrow with race 4. For Canterbury's management team, everybody in our television department, and those of us in the Dark Star press box, thanks for making Canterbury Park part of your Saturday. And if you are leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And they're racing. Da Ghost at 2-1 comes out very speedily. Handsome Harry's next to that one. And now General Crook tries to steal away from the 6th spot, getting down to the inside. General Crook leads it from Color Me Legendary. After that, Mr. Cougar prowls 7 lengths from the lead. Around the corner they go, and they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. Color Me Legendary ahead to the outside of General Crook. After that, it is Handsome Harry. Doug Ghost outbroke the field, now 4 lengths out of it, and about 8 clear from Mr. Cougar, and that one is 12 lengths rearmost, and now they have a half mile to travel chasing Color Me Legendary. Color Me Legendary at 3-1, scoots clear by 1.5. In second, Handsome Harry going by General Crook. After that, to Ghost, and Mr. Cougar still double digits out of it, and they have 5/16 of a mile to go. Color Me Legendary. Outside of that, Handsome Harry. Doug Ghost is making a big move. Here comes Doug Ghost, and the one is on the move to the outside. Behind them, we have General Crook. Color Me Legendary is doing the moonwalk, and Mr. Cougar would have to provide the rider with 3 in a row from 10 out of it. Doug Ghost hoping to disappear in the winner's enclosure, but Handsome Harry is all snazzy to the inside. AC-doocy to the wire together, and Saturday finishes with a spine tingler that goes to Handsome Harry.